Opening the meeting. Roll call.
Trustee Sparks? Here. Trustee Williams?
I'm here.
Trustee Markey?
Here.
Trustee Shaw?
Here.
Trustee Gomez?
Present.
I make a motion to adopt the agenda. President Barkey?
Second.
So moved. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Did I hear an aye, Becky? Yeah. Okay, all right, passes 5-0.
And I move to accept the minutes for the December 21st, 2021, as well as the January 5th, 2022 meetings.
Second.
Okay,
I have just a quick question about
Okay.
the, excuse me, the January 5th minutes.
okay.
I'm just going to get to it here. Give me a moment. On page 8, do we normally put the church's website in the minutes?
Was that for the invocation?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't think I've ever seen it.
Oh, because you didn't have an address, he asked
Oh,
for that on the agenda. So
Okay.
I just left it as is on the minutes.
Okay.
yeah, I mean, it doesn't bother me unless it bothers anybody else for a
Well,
reason.
only because if we're not doing it before, then
Oh.
it looks like we're kind of singling that
Gotcha,
person out.
so we just did it in place of an address, though, so are we
Okay,
comfortable with that?
that's-
Okay,
Yeah, okay. I just
Okay,
want to
good.
understand that. Okay.
okay. Any other questions? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, passes 5-0. Any comment cards for public comment before the closed session?
There are none.
Okay, then I think we'll go ahead and move directly into closed session. Welcome. Always great to see a full house. We love having people come and talk to us, so welcome. We unfortunately have had a cancellation with our invocation tonight. So is there somebody out there who would like to volunteer? The first hand up gets to do it. There we go. You're it.
You're it.
Thank you.
Say it from your heart.
All right.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Madison Miner, and I live in Villa Park, California. And I'm going to go ahead and lead us in prayer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Father God, I thank you so much for this evening. I thank you for this school board and all they do for our children, Lord, for each of them. I pray that you just continue to bless their lives and to be with all of our students, be with all the staff and the teachers that are affected by their decisions. And Lord, I just thank you for this evening. I thank you for everyone that came out here tonight. And I pray that you help all of us just to continue to be wise and have integrity. And we thank you for all that you've given us. In your name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Madison. We appreciate that, especially on such short notice. Next, we are going to have our esteemed colleague, Tim Shaw, do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. Please stand if you're able. Ready, begin.
I love that energy. Palpable.
All right. And as I did a few months ago, I'm going to make a statement about item number 7, I believe it is, on our agenda today.
That is correct.
So I'm going to make a quick statement, and here we go. Although neither I nor my husband, who is a member of the board of directors for the school, have any personal financial interest or potential for personal financial gain from the granting of the petition, I will recuse myself from all discussion, comments, and votes concerning the school. I do this to avoid any appearance of impropriety and because of the common law prohibition against conflicts of interest, which may be non-financial matters of personal interest. So. Just wanted to remind you guys of that, but I have wonderful colleagues here who I completely trust in handling this matter. When we do get to number 7, I will hand the gavel over to VP Dr. Ken Williams. So thank you again for attending, and we'll get on with the agenda. Okay. We'd like to do a report out from our closed session, please. Jonathan Brenner.
Good evening, members of the Board of Trustees. Good evening, Dr. Maharis. This is the report out for closed sessions 1, 2, and 3. The board had a discussion with council, and with respect to closed sessions 1 and 3, the board approved Epstein, Becker, and Green invoices numbers 1074011 and 1074012. The board had a discussion with council as to all 3 closed session matters and took no other action. The votes on the approval of the invoices were 4-1. Trustees Shaw, Barkey, Williams, and Sparks voting in favor. Trustee Gomez voting against. And that's the report out for the 3 closed sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Nina, are there any introductions?
No, there are no introductions at this meeting.
Okay, then we're going to move into public comment.
Very good. Again, welcome. What I'm going to do is read 2 names, and the first name will be at the dais, and the second name you'll be following up, and you can stand a little bit behind them. So you will get a full 3 minutes. We do have 8 public comments under general comments, and then the charter comments. When we get to that portion of the meeting, everybody who put a card in, you'll have an opportunity to make your comment at that time. So the first up will be Alyssa Kim, and then after Alyssa will be Mr. Eddie Kim.
Hello
Hello, esteemed board. I'm here to call to your attention substantial violations of the Ralph M. Brown Act, one that jeopardizes the finality of the action taken by the county committee on January 27th, 2022. The violations are as follows. Number one, item 8A provides for a staff report. There was no staff report attached to the county committee agenda. Number two, item 8D entitled Vote on Redistricting Plan to Adjust the Orange County Board of Education Trustee Area Boundaries following the 2020 Federal Census Action. On January 27th, 2022, the aforementioned vote took place. However, there was also a resolution subsequently read into the meeting record. The resolution was similarly not included on the county committee agenda. Number three, item 8D, the resolution was also not subject to a motion or second. Instead, it was simply mentioned and read into the record by the county committee council. Number four, item 8D, serial meetings and communications. Government Code Section 54952.2B1 prohibits a majority of members of a legislative body outside of a lawful meeting from directly or indirectly using a series of meetings to discuss, deliberate, or take action on any items of business within the subject matter jurisdiction of the body. Paragraph B2 expressly provides that substantive briefings of members of a legislative body by staff are permissible as long as staff does not communicate the comments or positions of members to any other members. On January 27, 2022, County Committee member Kathleen Hurd read verbatim into the record a prepared motion that was obviously created in advance of the meeting. This motion reflected a predetermined outcome. I request to examine the exact document Hurd read in full view of the public. Also, in the absence of a properly and legally publicly posted resolution, which ultimately approved MAP 9B V2, the illegal resolution reflects that the resolution was prepared in advance of the county committee meeting to produce a pre-arranged outcome. This is circumstantial evidence that the county committee consulted, considered, and predetermined the outcome of the meeting outside of public view. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54960.
15 seconds, Seth.
Okay. One, I demand that the county committee cure and correct the illegally taken action by invalidating the county committee approval of MAP 9B V2 on January 27, 2022. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm officially filing a complaint with Jeffrey L.
Right here, three.
You want to take,
Mr. Kim, if I can, just for protocol's sake, I need you to go up to the podium, introduce yourself, and then you can do whatever you have to do.
Okay, I'm here to speak regarding the ed code that has been so hotly contested. And it's this ed code 1002B that the redistricting commission, county commission believes that they have the right to redistrict the map that we all the OCB approved. So I want to go back to A, which says, upon so requested by the County Board of Education, the County Committee on School District Organization, by 2/3 votes of the members, may change the boundaries of any or all trustee areas of the county or propose to increase or decrease the number of members of the County Board of Education or both. So I wanted to ask Orange County Board of Education, did you or have a majority vote or request that the county committee take action? I know you can't answer, but I'm putting it on record. If you did not, why is the county committee getting involved when OCBE did not make a formal request? So, according to Ed Code again, it says upon so requested by the County Board of Education. So that falls on you. Did you ask them or not? We want to know. Again, B is predicated on Ed Code A. B does not go into action unless A has been activated by OCBE. And the rest of you that are here for the Orange County chapter approval, please pay attention to the people that are approving and against charter schools and parent choice. Because the people that are against parent choice, we need to get them voted out. You know that they're against parent choice and they're for their school districts and unions. So if you see people that are against parent choice, as a collective, as a whole, all the people that are watching, you know who's against parent choice. We need to get them voted out. So pay close attention. And I will be serving Jeffrey all these papers, and I have Sheila Benecke's copy and Howard Miner's, and I also sent a copy to the Orange County Board of Registrars, to Neil Kelly.
Thank you.
Can Jeffrey L. deliver these, or do I need to deliver them individually?
We can't answer that.
I can't answer.
All right, thank you.
Okay, next up on the dais will be Mr. Edwin Chu, and that will be followed by Tony Macias from Chipwood Street in Orange. Mr. Chu, you have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. I'm here to speak about Irvine International Academy. My child attends the school, and my concerns are related to the executive director and the board. I started having concerns about Mr. Michael Scott's personal beliefs putting students in harm's way during a tour in July, as well as the first day of school. In the tour, he told a classroom full of parents that children have a 0% chance of contracting COVID. He also said that CO2 buildup occurs from wearing masks. And when I confronted him on the first day of school, he tried to discredit me, asking me if I was a doctor, which I told him I am not. And he also said that he cannot transmit COVID because he already had it. I went to the next board meeting in August and I informed the board about this concern. However, the board did not acknowledge that they would follow up with Mr. Scott or keep him accountable to follow simple state mandates. I addressed the board because I thought that they were the people responsible for parent complaints and holding admin accountable. Since August, parents have also raised concerns to the board regarding Mr. Scott's financial decision-making. It's worth noting that Mr. Scott has a former charter school that failed because of his own financial mismanagement. One specific financial issue this year was Mr. Scott spending $26,000 of a $50,000 grant from Larry and Helen Hogue. It was spent on instruments. IIA now has 9 electronic pianos, an upright grand piano, as well as various other instruments, but no specific school music program, only an after-school vendor with OCMD. Parents have repeatedly asked the board for education-related supplies, such as TAs. It's worth noting that that grant, that $50K grant, did state that it could be used on faculty. I question how complaints are handled by IIA board. In addition to the COVID and financial-related complaints, recently an anonymous letter was written on behalf of a group of teachers regarding Mr. Scott, and that was sent to the board chair, Doug Hewson. However, this got leaked to Mr. Scott and other teachers. There are now other teachers attempting to locate the author of the anonymous letter. The board chair should not have leaked the letter, especially to the admin, Mr. Scott, of whom the letter was complaining about. Teachers and staff should be able to write complaints without threat of retaliation. In closing, I'm asking this board to look into the IIA board and Superintendent Mr. Scott over concerns about poor oversight, a hostile work environment for the staff, and financial mismanagement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Tony Macias from Chipwood Street in Orange. And on deck after that is a Nanny Sue who lives on Sugar Cane in Irvine.
Okay, esteemed members of the board, my comments were related to item 7. I put it on the card. Should we defer or continue?
We can change you to that part of the meeting
If
when
you,
we get there.
it's more relevant.
Okay, yeah.
If you don't.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
Sorry about that.
Okay, so we have, I know I'm a doctor and I don't have very good legibility, but this one's hard to read. Nancy Sue on Sugar Lane in Irvine. Is Nancy Sue? Help me phonetically. Is it Nancy Sue?
Nancy Lu, yeah.
Nancy.
Good evening,
Okay.
everyone. My name is Nancy Lu.
Lu.
I admire myself for having the courage to come here because I'm the first generation of immigrant. I'm still learning English, so sorry about my poor English. I have 2 kids in IIA. The purpose of sending my children to the school is to let them learn English and Chinese, both languages. And I hope them can communicate with my family members for better communication. And the founding of the school purpose of the school is bilingual teaching in Chinese and English. And the Principal Chang also adheres to this teaching purpose. My children's Chinese has made a great progress, and we very thanks to the efforts of the Chinese teachers. But in the past several months, we have also found a lot of bad problems in the school. Coming here today, I also have some doubts about this school. The school asks parents for every donations, including almost everything, even the pencil sharpeners in the class. I'm thinking about this. The kids come to this school. Did the government give the board money? And if so, where did the money spend? The school doesn't have a school nurse, and the teachers don't have any teaching assistants. But our board of directors, they have the money to quickly hire a director without the parents' any knowledge. And the director doesn't understand Chinese at all. I don't know how she will guide the Chinese teachers for teaching. This is my problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Donna Lee, and after Donna Lee will be Lynn Wang.
Good evening, board. I never thought I'd be here today, but here I am. I'm here today because I'm a mom of a kindergartner. She's my first kid. This is my first exposure to public schools. When we first heard of a new charter school 10 minutes from home, that's a Mandarin immersion school, we couldn't believe our luck. We were literally driving 35 miles one way last year for another Mandarin immersion public school. So I literally just saved myself 2 hours a day. We quickly Googled the principal and found Principal Chuang to be stellar. He has an awesome reputation, impressive track record, blue ribbon school. We enrolled right away and prayed that our name would be in the lottery system. There was so much excitement and potential for the school to not only excel in academics, but Chinese language and culture in bringing up the next generation of children. 6 months in, I am beyond disappointed in the school. It has literally been one thing after another, starting from even before school started. I received a late night phone call after 10 p.m. on my personal cell phone from the executive director asking about my views on COVID. This unprofessional conduct was just the beginning. Later, I would find out that the executive director does not even have a PhD from an accredited school, but he continues to hold himself out to the public as a doctor. It's ironic that this would be allowed in the field of education. Regardless, one of my biggest concerns about the school is the multiple conflicts of interest and nepotism the school has. I'm sure it's not every charter school, but charter schools in general, it's an area where there can be a lot of financial mismanagement, fraud, or money laundering. There was a parent complaint earlier this year that sparked an internal investigation. My concern is why Brett Freeman was appointed to be the lead investigator when he was one of the issues on the complaint. He is an IIA board member. His father is the CEO of OCMD. Both of them sit on the board of Larry and Hoag Foundation, an over $100 million foundation. The school routinely purchases instruments from OCMD and hires OCMD staff for music classes. This is clearly a conflict of interest. The other recurring issue is nepotism. It's well known that 3 of the 7 IIA board members have personal relationships with the executive director, and that 4th one is Brett, so that's 4 out of 7, which brings it majority. He has also hired the executive director. He has also hired multiple staff that he knew previously. His own son, given contracts, IT contracts to people he knows. With these many relationships, it's difficult to have our parent voices heard. Many parents have brought up many issues, none ever get addressed. I hope this board will help our parents get our voices heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Nora. Lynn Wang, and after Lynn Wang will be Jenny Golden, and that is the last public comment.
I'm here as a parent of 2 children at Irvine International Academy in Irvine. I believe that Michael Scott, the executive director of the school, may have violated the California Equal Employment Rights, violated Irvine International Academy's anti-nepotism policy, and exhibits a pattern of conflicts of interest. The most recent example of these violations is with the hiring of the new Director of Instruction and Curriculum, Ms. Kennedy Rocker. Mind you, IIA is a public school and receives public funding. Mr. Scott did not, number one, did not obtain the board's approval to hire a Director of Instruction and Curriculum. He was only granted to hire a full-time HR personnel. Number two, there was no job description, no job posting, or any advertisement for this position. 3, there was no panel interview with qualified interviewers. 4, the most qualified person in the school is Principal Chuang, who was out of the country on family leave during this whole entire hiring process. Principal Chuang is the most qualified person as he was the curriculum director and teacher trainer at the School District of Philadelphia. He also won the Blue Ribbon for his school. Why was he not part of the hiring process? 5, Ms. Kennedy Rocker was the substitute principal in January. She interrupted my son's class 3 times to pull out groups of children during instruction time to move and rearrange furniture. There was no performance scheduled at the school. There was no hazard at the school with the furniture. And Ms. Rocker has a personal relationship with the executive director, Michael Scott. This clearly is a conflict of interest, and it violates the equal employment rights. 7, Ms. Rocker's qualifications are questionable. Her school, Dove's Landing School, was established in 2020. And in 2021, the total enrollment was 26 students in the entire school, ranging from kindergarten to 9th grade. The average class size was 2 students. I was not able to locate any California test scores for performance, and Ms. Rocker does not speak or read Mandarin, and this is a Mandarin immersion school. Despite not giving approval, the school board hired Ms. Kennedy anyways. Multiple board members have a conflict of interest with the executive director. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lynn. Last up is Jenny Golden. Is Jenny here? This will be the last one, Madam President.
Great, thank you.
My name is Jenny Golden. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, thank you for this opportunity to address you. I rise in opposition to your rejection of the district map approved by the County Committee on School District Organization, a nonpartisan group which reviewed the demographic changes which have occurred over the last decade and which were confirmed in the 2020 U.S. Census. The map which they approved takes into account the new demographic reality of Orange County. As a resident of Orange County and the city of Tustin, And as a U.S. citizen, I reject the idea that elected officials may choose their electors. In our country, citizens elect Board of Education members, not the other way around. The map which the Orange County Board of Education proposed to impose is based on a calculated probability of the re-election of the majority of the incumbents. This is not only undemocratic, but un-American. It is also insulting for board members to declare that they are supporting local control when in fact they are doing the opposite. Furthermore, it is offensive for the board to spend taxpayer dollars on litigation to achieve their political ends. I call for the Orange County Board of Education to cease and desist their opposition to the county committee's approved district map.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Okay, now we go on to consent calendar. Can I make a motion to adopt the consent calendar as is?
Second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, passes 5-0. All right. Next up is Araceli.
Charter submissions.
Oh, I'm sorry, are there any
There are
charter
no
submissions?
charter submissions.
So now, next up is Araceli.
Good evening, President Barkey, trustees, and Superintendent Maharas. Today, the board will hold a hearing to grant or deny the material revision to the Oxford Preparatory Academy Saddleback Valley Charter School petition. OPA SV is requesting to add an enrollment preference for students who reside within the boundaries of the Saddleback Valley Unified School site where the school is currently located. A public hearing was held on December 1st to consider the level of support for the material revision in accordance with Education Code. The Orange County Department of Education staff report was published on January 18th. Orange County Department of Education staff recommend that the board approve the OPA SV material revision. Staff determined that the revised OPA SV charter petition meets the standards outlined in Education Code 47605, and adding the enrollment preference will allow the school to meet the needs of the community as outlined in the charter petition. Representatives from OPA SV have declined to utilize their allotted time to provide evidence and testimony in response to the Orange County Department of Education staff recommendation. However, Executive Director Dr. Amy Kernan is available to answer questions. The hearing is now open for public comments. Deputy Superintendent Boyd, are there any public comments for this agenda item?
Not for item 5.
This concludes the public hearing. The board has 3 options for action regarding a charter school material revision. Option 1, approve the material revision. Option 2, approve the material revision with conditions. Option 3, deny the material revision. President Barkey, I now close the public hearing and turn the meeting back over to you.
Thank you, Araceli. Do we have any discussion from board members?
I just have a couple quick questions.
Would you like to?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. I'm looking at pages 8 and 9 of your application and looking at your scores. And it seemed like they dipped a little bit between 18 and 19, and I know that's a little bit old data now. But can you tell me, was there anything significant that occurred with that?
So our scores did dip a little bit, especially if you're looking, I believe, at our LPAC scores as well. One of the big reasons that we're seeing that those scores went down a little bit is we did do a lot of redesignation of our English learner students. I believe, redesignated about 50% of our students, which is a huge number of students. And so those students who were taking the test under those as considered ELs were our newcomer students and students who are very new to our school. And so because of that, it caused those scores to kind of go down a little bit for those different subgroup demographics. And then, we did see a little bit of a dip in our overall CASP scores. Our scores are very high, so they do fluctuate a little bit. It is sometimes hard to keep those scores high every year, but in looking at our iReady scores that we've done over the past few years during COVID, in lieu of CASP scores, we have seen an increase. So we are hopeful and excited to see our scores this year because we do think that we will see that rise again.
Okay, all right, good, thank you. And then just a little bit about your parent engagement. Could you tell me a little bit about your parent engagement strategies?
So we work really hard. We have a very engaged parent population. We have our PTOs, which are our honor society. We do have our different committees. We have our ELAC committee. We have, again, our PTOs. We have an LCAP committee that consists of parent members as well. We have our school site councils that have parent members. And we have other different engagement activities, chancellor chats. Our principals are called chancellors. So they have monthly chancellor chats. Right now they're virtual, but parents can come and just basically ask questions, find out more information. And then again, we have our PTA meetings every month. In fact, one of them is about to start for our SV campus tonight at 7:30. We really do value our parents coming on campus. During COVID, it's been a little bit difficult to have parents during the school day, but we're starting to bring parents back to have campus beautification days, our VAPA nights, our open house. So trying to bring parents back on campus for after school events so that we don't have quite so many people with students and parents on campus at once. But we usually have different parent events usually on a monthly basis. And then we've actually started this year having grade level meetups where after school, each grade level parents and students get together either at the park or at different areas around our campus and just kind of get to know each other and get to know our staff and administration. So we're really trying to broaden our parent engagement. We do have surveys that we put out multiple times a year as well to get feedback from parents. So we do have a pretty robust parent engagement plan.
Yeah, well, you answered my next question in your answer about did you do it by grade? So great. And then what's your current enrollment right now? And why did you decide to kind of focus on your local neighborhood, which I like, but yeah.
Well, we have two schools. Saddleback Valley is the school that is that's authorized by Orange County Board of Education. Our enrollment there is 640. We're pretty much at capacity. We have about 1,000 student wait list. And we really wanted to, we have this same preference that we put in place about 2 years ago at our other campus. And we really wanted to have more of a community school where those students who live in the neighborhood, who can walk to the campus, whose houses back up to our fields, have that opportunity to participate in our campuses. It really helped with our community engagement at our other site, our South Orange County site. So we're hoping to expand that to our Saddleback Valley site and really increase that sense of community around our school sites.
Okay, great. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Anybody else?
I'll just make a comment. I've met several of your parents and board members, and they're just thrilled with what you guys are doing. So just kudos and congratulations for the great success that you put together with that school.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And we have a board meeting tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Talking possibly about expansion, if anyone wants to.
Well, that's a great news. Anytime we can expand what you're doing, our ears are very open, and we do appreciate everything you're doing and hear great things, and thrilled to hear what you're doing. So thank you. Thanks for coming tonight and answering questions, and thanks for all you do.
Thank you. And anytime you have questions, reach out.
I'd like to see if we have a motion.
I'll put a motion forth to go with option 1 to approve the material revision.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Excellent. So we have a motion and a second. And we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Excellent. I think you passed 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now is the time that I'm going to pass the gavel over to my colleague, Ken.
Very good. Thank you, Madam President. We're moving on to item 7, which is a charter school public hearing for the Orange County Classical Academy. And as usual, the good Araceli Chastain will be at the podium to guide us through the process.
The board will now hold a hearing to grant or deny the Orange County Classical Academy petition to establish Orange County Classical Academy 2 as a countywide charter school. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge the lead petitioner, Semi Park. Ms. Park has been responsive and collaborative in her interactions with our office. She has demonstrated strong commitment to the success of the charter school. As legally required, the petition has been reviewed according to California Education Code, and you've been provided the Orange County Department of Education staff report that summarizes findings from that review and offers recommendations for consideration by the board. Orange County Department of Education staff recommend that the board approve with conditions the Orange County Classical Academy petition to establish Orange County Classical Academy 2 as a countywide charter school for a term of 5 years from July 1, 2022 to June 30th, 2027. Our initial review of the petition raised concerns about potential violation of Education Code Section 47605.6A2, which states that an existing public school shall not be converted to a countywide charter school. The submitted charter petition states that Orange County Classical Academy, which is authorized under Orange Unified School District, would close and all assets would transition to Orange County Classical Academy 2, including the facility, human capital, resources, contracts, and students. The teachers that signed the petition as meaningfully interested to be employed at the charter school are all currently employed at Orange County Classical Academy. The petition provided an exemption for students enrolled at Orange County Classical Academy and stated that they would be considered existing pupils for Orange County Classical Academy 2. And the petition budget included revenue that would only apply to continuing schools, not a new charter school. At the clarification meeting, which took place on December 8th, Charter School Legal Counsel stated that this was not a conversion, but an entirely new charter school, that all students would need to apply for enrollment and all staff would apply for employment. In light of this information, we requested that the charter school provide an updated budget and a legal opinion addressing the potential conversion of the existing school. That legal opinion was provided to this board in order for you to make a determination on the conversion issue. The staff report and recommendations include conditions that are necessary after evaluating the petition as a new school, not a conversion from an existing school. There are 4 findings in the staff report that guided the staff recommendation. The findings include language under the student admission policies and procedures, lack of contract with Barney Charter School Initiative upon which the charter school's instructional program is modeled, lack of permits allowing for use of the identified facilities for educational use, and missing information under measurable pupil outcomes and annual goals. First, the charter petition allows for students from Orange County Classical Academy to be considered existing students for Orange County Classical Academy 2 in order to exempt those students from the lottery. However, as the petitioners and their legal counsel have clarified, Orange County Classical Academy 2 is a new charter school and therefore would not have existing students that could be exempted from the lottery under Education Code. Second, the petition submitted a contract for Barney Charter School Initiative, or BCSI, for Orange County Classical Academy, not for Orange County Classical Academy 2. The charter petition educational program relies completely on the curriculum and training from BCSI, which is why staff is recommending that the contract be in place prior to school opening. Our understanding is that Orange County Classical Academy 2 representatives are confident that acquiring that contract for the new charter school will not be an issue. Third, although the school proposes to open 3 locations in the initial charter term, the petition only identifies the use of the facility at 4100 East Walnut Avenue in Orange. This facility has a temporary use permit issued by the City of Orange and currently houses Orange County Classical Academy. The current TUP expires on June 30th of 2022. The permit would need to be issued for the full enrollment of the new charter school prior to school opening. Additionally, Education Code requires that a charter petition provide the location of each charter school facility that the petitioner proposes to operate. The charter petition lists only one address, and we are asking that any known potential addresses be added to the charter petition so that the school will be able to open at those locations without having to go through a material revision process. And finally, we provided the charter school the opportunity to answer questions regarding the information missing under measurable pupil outcomes and annual goals, and the charter school submitted a response agreeing to add language to that section of the charter petition to address staff concerns. Typically, this is where my staff report presentation would conclude. However, I want to make the board aware that on Friday, January 28th, we received communication from the petitioner that included a revised charter petition. The revised petition included changes to the measurable people outcomes and annual goals section of the charter and removed the exemption for students currently enrolled at Orange County Classical Academy. Additionally, the revised petition changed the enrollment preference to give first preference to students currently enrolled at Orange County Classical Academy for the 22-23 academic school year only. The petitioner expressed that they hope to remove all of the conditions that staff recommended. Education Code 47605.6 states that the staff report must be published 15 days prior to the board taking action. The published staff report included recommended findings cannot be changed after that date. Additionally, while the petitioner may have potentially addressed 2 of the 4 recommended conditions in the revised charter, that revised charter petition has not been comprehensively reviewed by staff, and our current findings stand. Also, please keep in mind that per Education Code 47605.6, enrollment preferences must be approved by the chartering authority at a public hearing. I had a conversation with Ms. Park after receipt of her response to the staff report and appreciate her collaborative approach and understanding of the information that I provided. Prior to the public hearing, representatives for Orange County Classical Academy 2 will have equal time and opportunity, or 10 minutes, whichever is longer, to present evidence and testimony responsive to the staff recommendations and findings published on January 18th. I now call representatives from Orange County Classical Academy 2 to the podium.
Mr. Vice President, as a point of order.
Yes.
Just to clarify, if a board member has recused themselves, I don't believe they're supposed to be on the dais.
I actually checked in with our attorney, Ms. Chidester, and she said it was fine for me to be here as long as I didn't make any comments.
Okay.
If
Mr.
we
Rowland?
Mr. Rowland, Ms. Chidester, can you give us your official position on that?
Dr. Williams, just as a point of reminder, Mr. Rowland recused himself from this
Thank you.
process.
Thank you. That's right.
Good evening, members of the board. Superintendent Dr. Miatis. It is indeed true that Ms. Barkey has completely recused herself from all participation in the process. There is no legal requirement that she physically step down from the dais. In some cases, board members prefer to do so. So long as she does not participate in any way, she's not prohibited from sitting in the chair where she presently is.
It's been my experience in my other public life.
If we can allow Trustee Gomez to complete her statement.
Thank you. It's been my experience, and on the advice of other attorneys, they have asked people when they recuse themselves to leave the room so that there's no inference of, we'll just say staring people down or smiling or anything like that. So I have consulted other, come on, this is ridiculous.
Let's be respectful. So what I'm hearing from you, Trustee Gomez, is that you would feel more comfortable if Mary would be off the dais?
Well, that just keeps us a little bit cleaner so that whatever decision we make, we know we have done it properly.
Okay. And I'm just going to do a board consensus. Your thoughts on the matter?
I think really it's Mary's decision to sit there or to not sit there, as long as she follows the law and does not participate in anything.
Okay.
I have no problem.
Tim?
That's what I was going to say. I mean, my experience has been if there was a financial conflict, or when I would have a Levine Act issue at my other agency, for example, I think we were asked to leave, or I generally left. But I don't think that's the case here with Mary, so whatever she wants to do.
Yeah, and to complete the consensus, I'm fine with her. She's not influencing. She's never influenced me.
Nor me.
And just a comment is I typically smile, so.
Yeah, and we're not married, so yeah. Oh, okay. So just for formalities and just for public knowledge, Mr. Greg Rowland recused himself on this case, and so the board has retained the gracious services of Maggie Chidester as our board attorney to direct us during this time period. And your feelings are that it's perfectly fine.
Yes, and I would acknowledge, Trustee Gomez, it is common in many cases, but it is typically the decision of the member. But so long as the member does not participate in any way, and has announced the potential for conflict that satisfies the legal requirements.
Thank you, Ms. Chandler. So I see a consensus here that Mary was not going to influence you, myself, Tim, and I assume not you either. Becky?
Won't influence me, but there are people in the audience. You know, I would really appreciate some respect out there. Be kind to one another.
And I will concur, if we can show some good demeanor and kindness, that would be appreciated during this sometimes emotionally ridden time period. These events are very difficult, and we don't always have the same opinion. We may differ, but let's be kind to one another. And thank you, Ms. Chidas. And we'll continue on with the meeting. And we're going to go to the Ms. Janelle, I think, and you're going to come and give us your perspective of the staff report.
Good evening, Vice President Williams, board members, and staff. I also first wanted to start by recognizing Araceli, her professionalism, her timely response, and even though it's only been 2 months of collaboration, I've thoroughly enjoyed it. We've learned a lot, and we plan to continue the learning together, and we're very excited and grateful at the thought of being approved by the county. As you have heard during our petition hearing on December 1st, we have a lot of students and parents and families hoping and dreaming to get into our school. And the thought of being able to expand across the county and not being limited to one city, as you know, it's extremely difficult finding a site, a property that can accommodate a charter school. So being approved under the county really does mean a lot and does allow us to expand properly. And I know that there have been a few points that Araceli addressed, and as you heard through Araceli, we have accommodated most of the conditions that the county staff members recommended. One of the biggest concerns was that we did not have the affiliation with BCSI, and I'm happy to say that we have just a week ago been finally given the official affiliation to BCSI. So we're very happy about that. And we're just waiting for the finalization of the signatures to submit it to the county staff. And the second thing was around the academic test scores and the feedback that we got on our petition. And we have granted almost everything that we've been given feedback. And so that is a testament and evidence that we are willing to work with the county, and we will, of course, take in feedback, and within our mission and vision, as long as it stays within our mission and vision, we will gladly work with you and do our best. So I ask that you please approve our petition without the conditions.
Good evening, board members. Janelle Rulli with the Offices of Young Median Corps. On behalf of the petitioners, it's great to see you. Happy New Year. We, on behalf of Orange County Classical, we're certainly gratified and very appreciative to see a staff report recommending approval, albeit with conditions, but recommending approval. I know that this team was really thrilled, and it's a testament to the work that they've put in. As Araceli mentioned, there were 4 kind of groups of conditions, so you've heard about most of them. I'll just briefly say, I'll end with number 1, if that's okay. So condition number 2 was around the Barney Charter School Initiative approval and having that contract in place. So we've agreed to do that. The contract is there. That's going to be satisfied. The third condition was around having copies of permits and facilities use agreements and all of that. What the charter school affirmatively promised to do was within 14 days of receiving any of those government documents to turn them over to the county. So that'll be a prompt submission. And then there were a group of conditions to clarify some of the measurable outcomes. You're all familiar with one of the elements of the charter where we're supposed to set forth what kind of outcomes are we trying to reach. And so what we did, what OCCA did, is they took the charter petition that had been submitted, turned on track changes, and then wrote in truly our best understanding of what county staff was looking for. And then that was what Araceli mentioned. So we submitted that on Friday. And so I understand staff has not had an opportunity to fully review that, but we do believe that we've fully addressed those. And then going back to the first condition, which is around this idea of a conversion of a public school. The law does say that a public school cannot be converted into a countywide benefit. However, public school in this particular context truly only means a traditional public school, not a charter school. So there's two different statutes, you're aware. Sometimes charter schools come to you on appeal. That means they've gone through one of the statutes that goes through school districts, and then there are countywide benefits, different statute. They're right next door to each other, 47605, 47605.6. In the school district statute, it does talk about conversion of an existing public school, and what that means is a traditional public school where the teachers come together at that school and they say, hey, we actually want to be our own charter school. So that would be a conversion. There's a handful of them in Los Angeles County. That same term, the same phrase also appears in the countywide benefit statute. So one of the kind of maxims of statutory interpretation, we learned this in law school probably like second year, is that the legislature is deemed to mean the same thing if they use the same words near each other without any explanation of a change. This is a long way of saying what the legislature is preventing in terms of a conversion for a countywide benefit. You can't convert a traditional public school into a countywide benefit. It doesn't say anything about converting a charter school. So the reason that this is all important is because OCCA isn't actually converting, can't possibly convert into a countywide benefit. It's just not doing that. And so for that reason, we would ask that there's not a finding related to that. In the admission preferences, what we proposed to do as of Friday was to take out a footnote and instead add just an admission preference. So the footnote said current students would be deemed existing students of the new school. And instead we took that out, so that would mean they were exempt from the lottery. What we said is that they would receive preference in the lottery instead. So the estimation was that this would assuage county staff concerns while still staying within the law and meeting the desires of the charter school. So thank you for letting me take that walk through a little bit of esoteric law. Again, we were really gratified to see the recommendation for approval of conditions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we ask questions?
We are going to ask some questions. I don't know if we are there yet. Is that the completion of your portion of this public hearing? Very good, okay. So moving on with the public hearing, we're going to go to public comments, and then we'll have board questions.
Okay. So, do you need to close it?
No, the hearing's now open for public comments.
Okay. So I'm going to list off the first two names and call up Madison Minor and son Benjamin and Bethany Thomas.
Hi, my name is Ben Miner. I'm in second grade at OCCA. And why I like OCCA is because the science is fun because there's lots of different experience, and math is easier because my teachers explained it a lot.
Good job.
So this is one of my 4 kids, and we changed schools from a typical public school to, we were so grateful to find a classical education school. My kids learn differently, I learn differently, and we've just discovered that after attending a typical public school, he would come home every day crying, and I couldn't figure out why, and the explanation behind it finally came out of him, and it was that he was sat typically in the corner with a coloring book. He was advanced. He had his ABCs. He had his numbers down. And so I kind of made up my decision that I was going to homeschool, which I think is wonderful for those that do it. I discovered, thanks to COVID, that I am not a homeschool mom. And so when we found a classical education school that pushed my children and After the first week of him going there, he came home smiling and excited to come back each and every day, even on the weekends, like he said to me. We discovered that it was just a great move for our family. And so I am hopeful that we are approved for this change to Orange County Department of Ed, because I think more kids need opportunities like my children were given. I would love to see every child that wants to, all the hundreds of kids on our wait list, get into a classical education school if that's what they learn or how they learn best. I think Mrs. Park was being a little bit humble when she talked about our licensing. I just have to brag on that for a second. There were 22 schools in the entire nation approved through BCSI. 22. We are the 23rd. We are the only one in California. Our leadership, our administrators are phenomenal. They're human, so they make mistakes, but not many. And so I can't recommend or hope that you would recommend this change to for our school. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bethany Thomas and then Andrea Baker.
Hi, good evening. This is my barnacle, so she's going to stay with me. My name is Bethany Thomas. My daughter is a first grader at OCCA, and at our December meeting when we came before you to petition, Dr. Williams, you asked what our secret sauce was. And while Semi offered to sell it to you for $2 million, for me as a single mom living in Orange County, it's worth infinitely more than that. I'm sorry, I told myself I was not going to cry this evening. But I'd like to share with you what I think it is. And it's this. It is this amazing body of staff members who not only are giving our children the best education in the entire country, as you just heard. My daughter is excelling. She can read, she loves school, and comes home in the car every single day, thrilled to tell me things that I can assure you I never learned. She knows about Jacques Cousteau and is learning about Hispanic culture right here in Orange County. We're having a fiesta, I think, next week. But besides that, it is this parent community that you see before you that comes meeting after meeting after meeting, pleading for our children. These parents are so crazy involved and love their kids and are just thrilled with this opportunity to be together. As a single mom, we survive or we thrive based on our community. And this community is outstanding. There is no better school in Orange County, and our test scores are going to prove that to you. But I would love for every child in this county to be given this option. So thank you.
Thank you. Andrea Baker, and then it will be Carrie Edlund.
Hello, I have 4 boys, and we are in the Anaheim Unified School District. I hate public speaking, and normally I start crying. And I was a homeschooling mom, and I would never send them to a school in my district. And when I found this school, I jumped on it, and my boys are thriving. They love it. They love their teachers. The staff is amazing, and the community of moms that you see here showing up and fighting for our kids, that's what, we're all about. And I would urge you to approve this for us.
Thank you. Carrie, and then Bailey Thomas is up next.
Hi, my name's Carrie Edlin, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. I have a son who attends OCCA, and thankfully he was able to attend starting when the school opened. Prior to OCCA, he was in one of the top-ranked elementary schools in Orange County, but we decided to make the switch just because of the mission and vision of OCCA and the opportunity to have a classical education. And we are so, so, so thankful that we made the switch. Prior to coming to OCCA, my son would have, he didn't want to go to school. He would cry in the morning, and it wasn't because it was too difficult for him. It just was not the right fit for him. And since coming to OCCA, he has absolutely thrived. He has a rare autoimmune condition, and it gives him many health and learning challenges. and the staff and the students at OCCA have been such a blessing and have really, really been the reason that he's been able to thrive because of the way that they teach the curriculum. It's very academically rigorous, but he is really, really, really doing well. And he is absolutely overjoyed to go to school. And when I pick him up in the evening, he can't wait to tell me everything about his day. And I really, really would love for kids throughout Orange County to be able to have the experience that my son has had, especially those kids with health and learning challenges. I think that that's something that is very, very important. So I ask that you please approve the petition without any conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Bailey Thomas, and then Tina.
Hello, my name is Bailey Thomas, and I speak as a 6th grade teacher at Orange County Classical Academy. I spent 5 years of my elementary school years being able to go to a classical school, and I didn't realize how special it was till the minute I was told I could no longer go there in 6th grade. I remember leaving bawling my eyes out, just remembering how special it was to me. And ever since that exact moment, I've been longing to return to a classical education ever since. And I believe there was where I was instilled with a love for learning and passion to discover the world. And after that, I went to public school. I went to other private schools. I did homeschool, but it was really more just teaching myself at that point. I did independent studies, and at the time, I didn't even know charters existed. In my high school years at public school, I spent my time researching on my own where I could find a classical high school, and my parents couldn't afford that. They couldn't drive me either, even though I did find one and I tried to convince them. So I ended up doing independent study 1 year, but my mom forced me to go back to public school to get a normal high school experience. I spent those years studying in the library, learning Latin, being the weird one because I loved learning, and I always felt out of place. And I know I had great teachers at my public school, and it was a wonderful experience. I just felt like there I lost my love for learning for a time because it just turned into, as a whole, like just pass your class and just graduate high school. And I get that, but I really wanted to learn the material and understand what I was learning. I felt a major lack when I returned to public school or started going to public school, and that's why I'm so passionate about returning to classical education. And it felt like they really cared about my morals or intellect at the time, even though I know they were caring people. So it was a dream come true when in college I discovered a classical liberal arts school, and that's what I studied. I learned a passion, again, for learning and wanted to share that with others. I was always torn between public and private schools because as a Native American and Asian American, I wanted to help my communities and work on reservations. And I've spoke with many communities in Native reservations that have had a classical school just like ours, BCSI, and they said their community is now thriving and children are thriving because they're learning how to learn and they're helping their community and bettering that. And it just has been very empowering to know as a typical minority that my education isn't limited to just my race or ethnicity or color. And there's just so much more being part of the school now. It's so neat to be in public, but getting almost a private education. And I love that we are inclusive of all and working in the community. I drive from San Clemente to Orange every day and I'm going to do that for the rest of my life to open up more schools. And I hope you approve our OCCA too.
Thank you. Tina, and then Tony Messias. I think that's what it is. Tina, yes, you're up next.
Sorry, I left my ball and chain at home tonight. It's far less entertaining without him. But there's really nothing else I can add to what's been said other than if you had asked me a year ago, pre-COVID, that my social calendar would be filled to attending board meetings and, pleading cases. I honestly never thought, I came from Russia, and I never thought that I would find myself pleading for options for children to learn. I never thought that I would try and speak up on behalf of my children, because to me America was the greatest country in the world, and here I am. And so I don't even know. I'm a hopeful dreamer. I'm one of those that are like on that forever long list of people waiting to get into the school. And it's amazing. And I want that not only for my children, but for all children. Statistically speaking, the best way to improve your condition in the world, in America, financially, is to get an education. And charter schools, especially ones that are as rigorous as this one, help children become more educated and have a leg up in the world. Isn't that what we all want? Just a chance for someone to give us a chance to I don't know, just to get our foot in the door. And I think that you know, the more kids who have an opportunity to attend schools like this, I think all of us as a community will be blessed for that. And because this is the new generation, and we have to do whatever we can to help them to succeed. And I ask you to please consider expanding the charter as it was, without all the bells and whistles attached to it, because this is for the kids. This is for all the parents who are fighting to help their kids be better people, and know more. And that's all I have to say. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Tony Matthias, and then Merrick Rocky. I hope I said your name correctly.
It's Macias.
Okay,
that's
sorry.
okay. I'm sorry. Sorry for the delay. I couldn't hear above the clapping. Okay, esteemed members of the board, Superintendent Majaras, thank you for having us here tonight. I just wanted to step back and talk for a minute with you tonight again, just in general about classical education. You know, much has been said about classical education, but we don't have the market cornered on classical education. We didn't invent it. We're standing on the shoulders of giants, specifically Socrates, Plato, and in the hands of Aristotle, right? So just three areas that come to mind just off the cuff. You know, the concepts of truth, goodness, and beauty. Aristotle talked about these properties of being, not properties of matter, liquid, gas, solid, properties of being, right? Any goodness, truth, and beauty. And so, as you can imagine, you know, this is the foundation, the great pillars of classical education. In my home, we can look out from where we live, there's Little Rise, and we can see a sunset. And I can take my 2-year-old, and we can look at that sunset, those beautiful colors of rose, that is the last color before the darkness, the same color that rises in the east. And that child knows inherently of beauty, right? And we can talk about all these things. We can talk about truth. Truth, however, I don't know if you know this, I was surprised when I learned it, but truth, the way we process truth, we still talk to ourselves internally, and we process, and we give ourselves permission, whether it's really true or not true. But not so with something like beauty. And we all know this, right? Inherently, we know this, these transcendent ideals. Like we stand in front of a mirror every morning, and we're beautiful. But at the same time, we know that there's other beauty out there, such as a sunset or a sunrise. And so beauty passes through the eyes. And there is a war raging for your eyes in the world today, whether it's in the cell phone, in my computer, on the television, on the billboards. There is a war for your eyes, and there's a war for our children's eyes. And so classical education helps inform these truths of truth, goodness, and beauty. So I ask you just to take a step back for a moment and consider these truths that are foundational. And it's not so much the same values that we have, but rather the virtues that we live. And at OCCA, one of the missions from OCCA is not only incredible academic excellence, but how we live the virtues. Thank you. And I ask that you approve the revision for OCCA. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our last public comment is Merrick Rocky, or Rocky Merrick? Merrick Rocky, there you are.
That was quite touching. The sentiments. I'm very impressed.
Hi, my name is Merrick Rocky. I'm a student of OCCA, and I don't just love OCCA because of kickball, but because of the passionate teachers. And I've recognized that the students here, they're always kind. They never let me down. There's this student named Drake. He's really nice to me. And whenever we get mad at each other, the next day he says, "Hey Merrick, like cantaloupe?" at lunch. And I just really like this about everyone at OCCA. Everybody's nice. Everybody's kind to me. And people, even though we're not fully expanded, I just really know I knew today would be the day that we would expand because it's such a good school. Thank you for listening to me and how I want OCCA to expand.
Thank you.
Merrick, thank you. It's because of you that there's hope for our future. Those words were very moving. I like your confidence. I like your style. And thank you. That's why we're here.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on with the hearing, we're now going to be moving to the portion where the board will be asking questions.
Dr. Williams, she needs to close the public.
Oh, you need to close it, okay.
Thank you. So that concludes the public hearing. The board has 3 options for action. Option 1, approve the charter petition as written. Option 2, approve the charter petition with conditions. This action would result in approval of the charter and require the execution of an agreement to address the issues outlined in the staff report and establish appropriate timelines for the petitioners to meet the conditions as specified. And option 3, deny the charter school petition. President Barkey, I now close the public hearing and turn the meeting back over to you.
It would be
Sorry,
Dr. Williams.
President Williams.
That's okay. That's okay. So now we're going to board questions, and by closing the public hearing, I will formally make the motion to approve without any conditions the Orange County Classical Academy countywide charter. I'll need a second for that. Then we'll go on the board questions. Got a second by Lisa Sparks, and we'll go to questions. Ms. Sparks, or Dr. Sparks, would you like to begin with the questions?
I would, if I can read my own writing from when I was taking notes, because I don't have my glasses today. I'd like to ask Janelle a few questions that I want to further understand. Okay, so you were giving a great explanation of this conversion law, 47605, and the one with .6, traditional versus charter conversion. I think I got all that.
Thank you.
And so related to that, I was wondering when those laws were made, approximately.
A very long time ago.
Right.
I can't tell you if they were in the original 1992 Charter Schools Act. I can tell you they have been on the books for longer than I've been practicing, which has been 15 years.
Okay.
So somewhere between 1992 and 2007.
Okay, I had a feeling that they were probably made a long time ago,
Yes.
before charter schools were sort of getting momentum.
Yes, that's
And
right.
So they haven't really been adapted and updated, which is maybe why some of the language is a little bit archaic.
That's
is the word
right.
I would use. Maybe that's the wrong word.
That's right. Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think there are some provisions that are a little bit anachronistic or archaic in there that, just they were of a different era.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Because your distinction made a lot of sense to me in terms of the way we're understanding the modern public charter school. Okay, so
Thank
that was
you.
my main question. Thank you.
Very good. Tim?
Thank you. I've spent more time with lawyers in the last year than I think I have the rest of my life put together. So I'm increasingly realizing that if you get 100 lawyers, you could probably get 100 different interpretations of the law. So I wondered if I could ask Ms. Chidester. I heard when Araceli was speaking about the law and the concerns the staff had, and Janelle's made a great representation in defense of their case. Would you agree with her conclusions?
Thank you, Mr. Shai, Board, Superintendent Mijares, for the opportunity to briefly address you. So first of all, not answering your question, which is always an occupational hazard when you speak with lawyers, so apologies. I would concur with Ms. Chastain and the staff with respect to their report It was quite thorough. It followed the statute. It was very accurate. The petition was well written. Clearly, the cooperation and collaboration was very obvious, and all of the issues were in large part addressed. One of the remaining one was, is it a conversion or is it not a conversion? And did the legislature even contemplate the situation before you tonight? And I won't disparage the legislature anymore. You've already heard me do that in previous meetings. We all have a lot of thoughts about our legislature and why they do what they do, and require boards like you to sort it all out. I understand Ms. Rulli's opinion. I read it. I appreciated her rhetoric and defense. I also can say the same of Ms. Chastain's. I can also tell you that there's nothing definitive. There's no court opinion. There's no attorney general opinion. I can find on the CDE website a quote-unquote definition of a public school that is contrary to what council represented. I'm not saying she's wrong. I'm saying she made a great argument. In sum, I don't believe we're going to sort that out tonight. It is true that following the recommendations of staff, the petitioners did make significant changes, virtually every change. There's still an issue of where they're going to land property-wise, but that winds up, quite frankly, with the standard template agreement. That is one of the conditions that's to protect both the board and the petitioners. So that's probably not a big issue before you tonight. I would say that, in fact, although the statute is imperfectly written, and it has been around for some time, and like council, I can't tell you how many years, although I confess to teaching in public schools well before the Charter Schools Act was enacted. I don't think even the legislature knows what it means. CDE on its site has a comment which is not binding that would be to the contrary. That doesn't mean council's wrong. That doesn't mean Ms. Chastain is right. Sorry for the long rant.
No, if I'm hearing you right, you're sort of alluding to the idea that there's some gray area in the law, and I think I've been hearing a lot of that from my lawyer friends lately as well.
Sorry.
so my other comment would be how much I appreciated all the speakers this evening. Your passion, your enthusiasm, your energy and excitement for your school is very obvious and very heartfelt, and I just appreciated you being here and those great comments. Thank you.
Very good. Becky.
Thank you. I have lots of questions about the petition, but I want to start off with just trying to understand some of the process. Araceli, could you? I understand that the school has made some changes in response to the staff report.
Right, so once the staff report is published, that allows the school the time to look at that staff report and then be able to provide a response to it to this board. What the schools typically do is sometimes they try to provide something in writing to us, but after the fact, obviously there isn't anything we can do about changing a staff report or a recommendation after that's been done, and that's really, to protect the school so that we're not, adding things to a staff report that they may not have then time to research and respond to. So yes, they did submit a new charter petition, and when I glanced at it, it appeared, the items on the measurable pupil outcomes, the stuff that is right now in the staff report are their responses to our questions. So the percentages that were missing, things like that, they gave us those responses, and so I put verbatim what they gave us into the staff report so that they can add that language to the charter petition. So I'm going to assume, even though we haven't reviewed it, that that's probably all fine now. They've taken that language and they've transferred it over into their charter petition. The other item that they changed, the removal of the exemption of the existing students at Orange County Classical Academy, and then they added a preference. That's where it gets a little bit trickier because you don't have that petition before you to approve. And so a preference has to be approved at a public hearing. And currently, the way that is written, the students are exempted, which we don't see in ed code where that's allowed. And I don't know if Ms. Ruley has a different opinion on that. But what they did, which was changing it to a preference, as she stated, is allowable in ed code. So that would fix that condition right there. However, like I said, that petition is not what's before you right now for approval. So that's where that condition comes into place for them to be able to do that, having had the public hearing today.
So we basically don't have the revised petition. We did not have that to review.
Correct. Yeah, correct.
Okay. So some of the questions that I have might be covered in their revision, but since we don't have that,
right.
It's a
So they
difficult.
would have addressed 2 of the 4 conditions by revising the charter petition. And then the one about the facilities, as we know, they can't correct that right now. That needs a little bit more time. My understanding is that they are with the city trying to get that conditional use permit or temporary use permit for the full enrollment of their students. And the other one, I apologize, I'm completely blanking. Oh yes, the contract for the curriculum. And that, my understanding is, like as they stated, that's in process and they're just awaiting some signatures there. So they're moving forward with the conditions that we've given them. The conditions really are in place just to give them time to correct and before they open, while still being able to approve the school. And then once that's in place and the agreement is in place, giving them deadlines to meet those conditions, that's when staff can, then start monitoring the conditions and how they're responding to those.
So it's a little difficult for us to respond to this petition without having all the information. Okay, thank you for the moment. Could I have the school? I just have a few questions. Can you tell me what your current enrollment is?
Our current enrollment is 420.
Okay. I asked this question the last time we spoke. And page 13 has 626 students. So you're saying it's 420?
That was in reference of 626 students who, after our previous enrollment, those are the number of students that were remaining. We accepted up to 700 students using the platform School Mint for the open enrollment. And we had enrolled a few students based on the available spots at the beginning of the school year. So on the petition, that number that you reference refers to the number that were remaining on School Mint after the last enrollment on the wait list.
Okay, but then you say you have a wait list of 1,000 people.
Yes. So after, because open enrollment is only for 2 months of duration, after that, we don't allow parents to register to be included on the waiting list. So what we did instead was creating an interest list to continue so that they're staying in the communication and those parents are given the opportunity to join the open enrollment, which began this week.
Okay, that's still just very confusing as to what we're trying to do. Okay, on the curriculum, the staff indicated that there was a contract being signed. What curriculum have you been using for the past year?
We have been the licensed user up until now, which gives us the authorization to still use their curriculum and their program guide. Their process of getting affiliation usually takes about 3 to 5 years, but because we have been sticking to their curriculum with fidelity, and they have come out to observe us in action, and we have attended their conferences and so on, and so that collaboration already took place, but the official affiliation has been approved about a week ago.
Okay. So normally, you said it takes a few years to do. So do you adopt the curriculum and then they monitor you basically and then
Yes,
allow
which
you to
they've
use
been
it?
already doing. Yeah,
I'm sorry, what?
They've been already doing that as a licensed user.
Right, that's what I'm asking. Is that the
Yes,
normal process?
yes.
Okay, okay, that helps. Okay. Professional development. Obviously, there's some real passion here for this type of curriculum and this type of teaching. Can you tell me a little bit more about your professional development? There was some information in here, but there's also quite a bit of money for professional development, which is actually the opposite of most of the charter schools. They usually don't have enough in there.
Yes.
But at the same time, this board has been critical of professional development monies of our staff. So maybe you could tell me a little bit about how you use your professional development money and
Of course, of
you
course.
know, what you're doing with it.
I truly believe that one of the biggest secret sauce to really maintaining a high performing school is to really respect and honor teachers' time and giving them all the resources that they need, and not only teachers but for all staff members. And we have a very unique mission and vision. It's not like a typical public school that you would find out there. And because of that, we want to make sure that we have all the tools and resources that we need. So we have a good portion of professional development directly from BCSI, Barney Charter School Initiative. They have come out, spent 2 weeks with all of our staff members, training us and working with us, meeting with us. We also have an obligation to meet the state standards of Common Core, even though we are not using and teaching Common Core directly. We have classical standards, but we have to cover and make sure that our students have access to all of the Common Core standards. So we have that professional development as well. We also do a lot of internal professional development with safety, with parent engagement, with having difficult conversations. We want to make sure that as a brand new school, last school year, that we are fully equipped. So I think it's understandable that as a new, this is only our second year, and professional development, sufficient PDs are very efficient of running a successful school.
And I agree with that. What is your current teacher to student ratio right now?
So for TK, it's 24:1. In the primary grades, it's been 26 to 28:1. And then in the upper grades, around 28 to 29:1.
Because your petition indicated that you expect it to be about 22:1.
Yes, and we have discussed that with Araceli during our phone call, and we do expect in the secondary level that we may have less, as it's common for high schools and middle schools to have less of a classroom size. However, because of our long wait list, we could potentially revise that to have a few more students comparable to what we have currently.
So your ratio would be a little higher?
Yes.
Like 24 to 26?
Yes.
Something like that, give or take. Okay. And then your parent involvement. Any charter school that's been in front of me, they know I always ask about this. Can you tell me a little bit about your parent involvement and a little bit about your measurement, as how you gauge that?
Sure. We do both quantitative and qualitative measurement. We have lots of opportunities, as I presented on the December hearing. We have our Academy Advisory Council. We have our parent academic committees. We have safety committees, fundraising committees. We have different opportunities for parents to join, to be involved. And parents get to choose what they're passionate about and how they want to be involved. There's lots of other parent volunteering opportunities. We have an entire room dedicated to our parents called the Parent Center. We have a parent coordinator who's a full-time employee who is dedicated to really being the liaison between the school and the parents. We have open communication. Parents can directly reach out to any of the staff members depending on their needs. And we have coffee with the headmasters every month. We have Wednesday weeklies where every week we send out communication. We have a calendar just for parents where they access through Parent Square. Our teachers use Class Dojo to communicate messages on a weekly basis, sometimes daily, but depending on the topic. And last year, we had sent out a survey to all of our families to gather some quantitative measurement of how they think that we are doing, consisting of 13 questions, one of which was asking them about their feelings of our commitment to our mission and vision and getting raw feedback. But feedback we ask for feedback in multiple settings.
You had indicated in your petition that you were looking at an 80% parent involvement. How are you doing on that measurement?
I would say overall in various settings, it really depends on which one you're asking. But overall, we have such heavy and strong involvement of parents. They're volunteering their time all the time. I mean, if you come to our site, every day there's parents on campus. We can't keep them away. They love being there. And you name it, for any event, parents are always just out there and supporting us and helping us with their time.
Yeah, because that 80% is your measurement on all these parent involvement
yes.
Items here. And the other concern that I had was about the board, your board of directors. It would seem to me that in looking at the backgrounds of your board, is that there really isn't any HR experience, there's no finance experience, there's no legal, but then you have hired consultants to do that. So how would you characterize your board composition and meeting what you need to do?
I think the board members have been extremely supportive. We are all learners together. They may not have been an educator or HR, but they certainly utilize the tools and resources that we have to ensure that we can make the most prudent decisions together. And we do have an awesome a vendor icon where we get a lot of support around different things. And as you know, Janelle, of course, we get a lot of support through outside resources. And our board members are very, they have the humility to reach out. And, if there is something that we need to get consultant, then we bring in a consultant for before making those decisions. So I don't believe that they are know-it-all and pretending that they know if they don't. And I think that's the true quality of leadership, is that you work with humility and you do what you can with the most prudent way.
Okay. So where would that show in your budget? Is that your contract labor when you go out and hire consultants?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So your contract labor, I'm just looking at, is like $48,000 for this year and then jumps to $94,000 next year. And then keeps going up and up and up. So that's a little concerning, that whether or not you can stay within your budget and meet your obligations. So okay, I think that's all the questions I have.
Can I have Roy come up to respond to that?
Sure.
So just to clarify your questions, they do have in business services about $96,000. That's icon services. They also have legal services budgeted for $32,000. Contract labor, as you mentioned, is $48,000 for the first year. They also have special education contractors at $160,000. Mm-hmm. So those are all resources that the school uses to contract out.
Yeah, that's in your budget. I see that. Yeah, thank you. Okay. And where's your parent? You also reference parent training. Where's your parent training budgeted?
Where's the parent training budget? We don't have a separate budget. If we need to, we're definitely going to use it. But for example, I mean, just today, this morning, we had a coffee with the headmaster where the BCSI content specialist delivered a training on Singapore Math specifically for parents. And that's all part of the contract that we have with BCSI.
So they're footing the bill on that. You're not?
No.
Well, it's under your contract, obviously.
It's a contract, and BCSI is unique because it's it's pro bono. There's no financial affiliation.
Okay, so they will do your parent training?
Yes.
When you request it, or are they on some sort of a schedule?
There is a recommended schedule, but we constantly get guidance on when to do it and how often to do it.
Okay. And then do you have like a parent orientation when you have
Yes.
new? Okay, great.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. That's it for now.
Thank you.
Very, very good. And I'll be the last one asking questions, and then we'll go to the vote. We do have just to remind everybody, we have a motion on the floor that I made, and it was seconded by Dr. Sparks, and that motion was to approve the charter as written without any conditions. My questions will go to Janelle. You know I love you and always ask you first to put you on the spot. Appreciate you. The revised petition that was mentioned today, those are all made subsequent to the staff report, which was made public. Please tell me, and make this for the record, is that unusual or illegal?
It is not illegal. It is definitely not illegal. I think what's unusual somewhat is that the charter school proactively responded to concerns of staff, because what we were anticipating is if there were an MOU, that MOU would direct us to do certain things. And so instead of waiting to enter into an MOU, we went ahead and did those things.
So by being proactive, you sort of resolved a few of the issues that the staff had.
That's what we were trying to do. That's what we were trying to do.
Gotcha. So
Yeah.
it's not illegal. It's actually probably, I look at it as a very good thing.
We intended it as a gesture of goodwill and good faith.
Yes, yes, yes. And of course, you know, the other issue that the staff brought up was this agreement and contract with Barney Charter. That's no longer an issue. That's been
Correct.
signed. That's going forward. The temporary use permit, which is also outlined in the staff report as something they were concerned about, that's something we see each and every single time.
Multiple times, probably.
Obtaining property and a school for any charter school is the most challenging aspect. And once you get past that, everything else is easy to do. The measurable pupil outcomes that were mentioned here, these are all, they're important. They're important technical issues. But those are things and issues that I think your school, the school cares very much about. Unlike my colleague, I don't think this is very confusing. This board has not been critical of staff development. We really support staff development. That's very, very important. So I'm very excited to see the parental involvement here. That is so incredible. So thank you. I
Sure.
just want to make a few closing comments here to our good counsel, Maggie Chichester. Thank you so much for clarifying law. Thank you so much for being a part of this. I take everything that you say at heart. It is not easy. It is gray. There are no court opinions and no AG opinions. And sometimes the law is gray and sometimes it's not difficult. We know that as a board going forward. So that's all I take a lot of notes during this time. Yeah, that's all my remarks. Before we go on the vote, is there any other questions by my colleagues here?
I would just like to make one comment.
Sure.
I think that there's been, it appears to be some progress has been made, but I am still a bit concerned about the remaining items. And I would like to see us do it with conditions and allow the school to move forward on those and approve it with conditions. I think that would be the more prudent thing to do and allow them to make those changes.
Okay, with all due respect, though, the motion on the floor is made without conditions, and that's the one we're going to vote on first. If that fails, we'll go with your motion. Okay, so barring that there's no other further questions, we have the motion on the floor to approve without conditions. We have a second by Dr. Sparks. Do we need a roll call? No? Okay, all those in favor say aye, raising your hands.
Aye.
I see three. Opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed? Trustee Gomez, the motion passes 3-1. Congratulations. The board will take a 5-minute break.
Okay, we are back and we are on number 9. If Mr. John Nelson would like to come up. Nielsen, sorry. I should have had my glasses on.
I'm gonna take that off because it's just bothering me. The presentation, I hope you don't mind. Anyway, President Barkey, members, trustees, board, thank you very much for having us here this evening, my firm, NP Consultants, and our poll on critical race theory and ethnic studies. But as my mother always said, never come to an event without presents and gifts. So I have some gifts for y'all.
Yeah, do they have to go on our 700 form?
No, they don't.
Oh, good, okay.
They're actually report on the poll, completely detailed report on the poll. It's 122 pages, so a little bit of light reading for you.
No, he's going to get some more.
Oh, there's more for everybody.
I just have to get them out of the other section of my briefcase here. Need one more? One more. Okay. And the only thing you don't currently have is the comments from the poll, which is question 10, which we'll get into in a minute, which we'll email over to you because there was over 900 comments. And
Wow.
we tried to get it into the report. It just wouldn't format right. So it's just easier just to email it to you and you can take a look at it at your leisure. So hopefully,
if I can just interject here.
Sure.
Can we have this report on some sort of PDF file?
yeah, we'll
for
send it
staff?
to you via PDF as well.
Okay.
I just thought for reference sake, it'd be nice to have some reference material here for you, more than probably you ever want to have in your life, but it's okay. So hopefully we have the PowerPoint loaded up. I talked to them earlier about it, so
Yeah, it's on there. It's a clicker.
we good?
Clicker though?
Is this it?
Yeah, but they're gonna, oh, here it comes.
I love people that help because, as my staff says, I'm very technologically not up to speed. Okay. What's it for next page? Same thing. Okay, cool. Makes it very easy. Okay. So anyway, as you're all aware, we were designated to do a poll on critical race theory and ethnic studies for you. So we'll go over a little bit on some of the ideas we had and kind of how we got there and the results involved. So I apologize in advance. A lot of this is going to be text simply because COVID, Omicron kind of wiped out half of my staff during this, and some of this is me, so sorry about that. We usually have a lot more colorful graphics and everything else, but we were forced to utilize my limited skills in certain situations here. So anyway, let's take a look. So really, the poll was created to get an overall view of the public's opinion on critical race theory and ethnic studies. Specifically how the public defined CRT and ethnic studies and how they felt about it being taught in the public school system, as well as being a requirement for high school graduation. Really our goals, as you can see here, are pretty definitive. We wanted to create a poll that measured those particular issues with great accuracy and making something that was simple to use for the respondents involved. And really this is a 50,000-foot view of the subject. We didn't go into a lot of nuance with this, as you'll see as we get into the poll, but it gives us a really great snapshot of some basic feelings and ideas regarding definition and how they felt about CRT in public schools, how they felt about ethnic studies in public schools, and his graduation requirements. So we really wanted to, the other part of the goals we have here, we really wanted to conduct a poll per individual school district, which is exactly what we did. Okay. So this is really not a single county poll. This is a conglomeration of 28 really smaller polls involved. And third, we wanted to get the greatest diversity of opinion on this particular subject that we could and create an audience that would give us that particular opportunity. And we wanted to create a poll that was very simple and easy to use for respondents so they wouldn't get fatigued and not want to complete it, or it got too cumbersome for them to do. So we had several things in mind. So anyway, these are the local school districts that we polled in each individual school district. Now, I should caveat that by saying that the high school district were an amalgamation of the elementary school districts because they're overlay, okay? So the high school districts had several elementary or school districts underneath them, and we combined those results to create the high school district polls, okay? Okay, so how do we do what we did? So first of all, we had to decide what kind of platform to use on this. What was going to be easy, what's going to be simple, what's going to be effective most importantly. And we went through the different scenarios and what we could do. And there are quite a few. But ultimately, we decided on going online. Online would give us an opportunity to control the environment a little more, the audience, and perspective, and a simple way to complete the poll. So we decided to do that online, and we decided to do it through Facebook, which is obviously one of the premier platforms online. So the audience that we chose here was our next challenge. So what do we want to do? Well, first of all, we wanted to conduct a poll, as I said before, per individual school district. So what we did is those respondents for that district had to reside within the boundaries of that particular district. Secondly, we wanted to make sure that we had a wide opportunity of those respondents. So we created a large age variance from 18 to 55 plus. We also looked at what audience kind of data we wanted to input in this system. Do we want to just go wide, or do we want to have some control? Based on past polls that we've done, the Orange County Registrar of Voters database was always good to use because we found that particular database was more responsive than just going wide generally. So that's what we made a decision to use. Okay. Oh, helps if I push the right button. Okay. So then we took a look at how are we going to attract respondents to answer the poll? What are we going to do to make sure we have enough respondents to make this worthwhile? So we looked at ways to encourage respondents to answer this poll. So we did a few different things. So first of all, we utilized marketing messages in the Facebook news feed in order to attract respondents. And we used a method called A/B testing. And A/B testing is an old marketing concept which basically you use different techniques in order to see where you get the most response. So in this particular case, what we did is we A/B tested help your local school district. Your school district is XYZ school district. You know, please help us, okay? And you'll see how the panels look. And if you've seen the presentation, you've already seen how it looks. But so we tested that against, okay, if we just go help your local school district and create it via the city, you know, help your local school district, an example we use is Huntington Beach. And then you have Huntington Beach. So people, we found, were more comfortable with their city, even though they were helping their school district, than if they had the school district name. Because what we found is actually some of the respondents didn't know what their school district was. So, we needed to make that a little more easier for the respondents to really get involved with it. So the other thing is, on the fourth, the questionnaire, the survey, it needed to be developed through our marketing team. It had to be a survey that was easy to use to eliminate poll fatigue. We don't want people to just quit halfway through because it's just like, oh man, this is just too tough, right? Kind of like a scholarship application or something, So we don't want that. We wanted something that was easy to use, but gave us the information that we were looking for. So what we came up with was a set of multiple choice questions and a set of yes or no questions. Okay. So we looked at doing that. So what we did is we utilized multiple choice questions for the definitions, what the respondent's definition of critical race theory would be, and what the respondent's definition to ethnic studies would be. And we started that by creating multiple choice, A through D. The first two answers in multiple choice were polar opposite answers, meaning one took one side of the view of critical race theory, the second would take the other view. And then, of course, we had other in there, and we had none of the above also as a choice for the folks that got a little queasy with those choices, I guess. So we did that for a particular reason, and our marketing folks kind of went through it. We have a clear delineation on how the respondents define these particular subjects. Which way are they going to go on this? Or are they in the middle of this? Or how do they think about it? And we also wanted to see if those would correlate with how they felt about it being taught in public schools or as a graduation requirement. So when we did this, we ran all of our questions in the questionnaire through our Education Advisory Council. Our Education Advisory Council consists of 4 educators who most of them have decades and decades of experience. We have an elementary school teacher that's taught for 33 years. We have a high school teacher that's taught for 26 years and is a board member on a college district. And then we have 2 other board members, one of which served over 2 decades, one which is a little newer. So we had a variety of educational experiences looking at this questionnaire. So when they looked at the questionnaire, as you can see here in the slide, they made some suggestions. And most all the suggestions we took, one of them we didn't take, which was, one of the suggestions was to separate, excuse me, the CRT poll and have a second ethnic studies poll. The concern was that there might be linkage, that ethnic studies might be linked to CRT and vice versa. We took a look at that, but frankly, the logistics and, to be blunt, the expense was just too much. So we put them together. So we had just under 1,000 respondents complete in this poll. And we came up with the questionnaire, as you see here. Basically, initially, we got some demographic information, age, and we have age categories, gender. Do you have children in public schools? And again, we wanted to open this up to a voter database and get opinions from everybody. And then, as you can see, with question 4, CRT, you have the multiple choice question. And you can see in A and B, those are polar opposite positions on those issues. Then again, 5 and 6 are the yes or no questions on should it be taught in public schools, should it be a graduation requirement. And then 7, again, was a multiple choice answers to the ethics studies definition question. And then again, we went back to public schools and graduation for ethics studies as well. And then 10 was the comments, which you will get later for light reading. So we had our questionnaire, we had our platform, we had our audience. So this is what the online survey looked like, okay? So as you can see, you've got learn more to help your local school district, Huntington Beach residents, this Huntington Beach example. Your district needs your help, please help your local school district. So that was the ask in the news feed. And this went into the news feed. This also went into Facebook ads. And as you can see in the survey, you click next through the survey to get through the questions, which are here. Your age and age categories, your gender categories, female, male, other, and declined state. Do you have children in public school, yes or no? How would you describe critical race theory, CRT, multiple choice answers that they would select and go next to go on to the question, the other questions. Do you believe CRT should be taught in public schools? Do you believe that critical race theory should be a graduation requirement for high school? And then it went on again to questionnaire items, multiple choice question for ethnic studies. How would you describe it? And again, if ethnic studies should be taught in public schools and as a graduation requirement. And then you'll see on the right panel, please add any additional questions. And unfortunately, we left this to as much writing as they wanted to do, as you will find out. And boy, did we get an earful of that, which you'll get. And then thanks for your feedback. And then there's a bar here to view the website, which went to your website. They wanted to get information. Results. Okay, we'll start with age. As you can see here, it's mostly an older audience of respondents that we got to. Although we have kind of an interesting bucket in 35 to 44 and 55 above. Not as much in 45 to 54, which was a little strange, but it is still a little bit of an older group that responded. Kind of see the age comparisons here on the chart. Gender. This is a very, very heavily dominated female poll. And it was not constructed that way. It was not audienced that way. It wasn't marketed that way. It wasn't in newsfeed. We did it for even numbers of male, female respondents, and this is what happened. 73.77% female. And there could be a lot into that, frankly. We didn't have a huge amount of decline to state, and we had 0.2% other. Do you have children in public schools? A little more than half was no, but we still had a significant percent at 47, a little over 47% that were in public school. How would you describe critical race theory? So we're looking at the definitions here. And in this case, it's B, 44.32% has the most respondents. Now this would be considered really the more conservative orthodoxy, I guess. You can see the definitions of CRT and ethnic studies. Now, we'll get to the ethnic studies in a minute, but this chart kind of clarifies it very well. Where you see answer B, which is a more conservative answer, which we showed you, which is a higher percentage. But then you go on the definition of ethnic studies, and you have the exact opposite occurring. You have, and we'll get to that in a second. This is critical race theory. Should it be taught in public schools? You can see very heavily is no. Should it be a graduation requirement? Even heavier, no. Now, this is what I was talking about. Ethnic studies in answer A, which is, again, the way we kind of crafted it, A was the more, I guess, liberal orthodoxy position on ethnic studies. And that was heavily in here, as you see, over 50%. And you can see across the board here, this is CRT taught in public school graduation, ethnic studies taught, and ethnic studies graduation. You kind of see the flow here. But the taught portion, if you look at and compare CRT versus ethnic studies, you see the differential. But CRT graduation as a requirement, ethnic studies as a graduation requirement was fairly consistent in the no position. Again, we mentioned that. And then graduation requirement even more, no? Okay, so comments, again, about 900 comments, which frankly stunned us because it's the most comments we've had on a poll this size. And the folks were really didn't hold back from what they wanted to express, as you'll see.
So good, of the 995 respondents or whatever
Yep.
it was, you had almost a comment for every single respondent.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
And that's unusual for.
It's extremely unusual. Usually when they get through with it, they're done with it and they want to get out.
Yeah.
But in this case, and it's a variety, it's not just one trend opinion, it's all sorts of opinions. And, you know, some of them were rather interesting, and you should probably, when you get a chance, read them, because they have some suggestions in there. The only thing we redacted was some profanity that was used, and there wasn't a lot, but we wanted to keep them out in case it was in a public forum, you know, so. Okay, so obviously trends we saw, it's a very female-heavy respondent group, a little older situation. Now, the other thing we had was that we didn't have even numbers of district responses throughout the poll. And we tried to work with that by creating more ads in some of the districts that weren't responding as well. And we got some back in, but still there's a bit of a discrepancy, as you can see here, from Brayland School District at 75 to the lowest at Capo Unified at 23. So you'll see that throughout. Most of them averaged right in between that. So, and then again, less than half the respondents had children in schools. So, however, most of the answers from district to district were very consistent, as you'll see in your report. You know, they didn't waver. We had anticipated maybe in some geographic areas it'd be different, but it really wasn't, except for maybe some slight percentage changes from district to district, but the answers remained the same. So we were a little surprised at that. We also looked at, and I'm only going to do one comparison. You've got a bunch of comparison analytics in your pack, okay? We don't have time to go through it. We'll be here all night. So the one thing that we wanted to look at was how the multiple choice answers correlated to the yes or no answers. We anticipated that the what we consider liberal orthodoxy, conservative orthodoxy would flow into the yes or no answers, meaning the more liberal orthodoxy answers would correspond with yes, we want that to be taught, we want it in as a graduation requirement, and also if it's no, then it would be more of a conservative orthodoxy. And for the most part, it did that, but it didn't do it in high percentages. We kind of thought it would be more of a matching situation. The only one where it really came close and really correlated was on yes for ethnic studies being taught, and also A, which was the answer, was more of the liberal orthodoxy answer. So those were really close at just over 5% differential. So. And you could see, it's interesting that this kind of separation in ethnic studies, where you had over 50% wanted it taught in schools, but then you had more of the respondents that said, no, we don't want it as a graduation requirement. We figured that would be a little softer, but it wasn't, so. So really, as you can see in this poll, it's the respondents really didn't want CRT to be taught in school, public schools, didn't want CRT as a graduation requirement, but felt good and okay about ethnic studies being taught in public schools, but didn't want it as a graduation requirement. That's kind of the bottom line. So recommendations, what would we recommend to follow up on? Well, we would recommend that a more in-depth poll be run that would explore some of these feelings on some of the results a little further, a little more on why they felt that way, a little more on, getting down a little deeper. So we would recommend that because we're kind of, like I said, we're a 50,000-foot view on this. And that, a poll be taken in a year from now to see if there's any changes in how the public perceives it. And then, of course, I'm a businessman, so that our firm be commissioned to do the in-depth poll and to do the poll a year from now. And then also, we'd be happy to present to the different school districts the results of this, but we wouldn't do it for free. We'd love to be commissioned to do that. So, want to thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for your indulgence in letting us do this for you. And just thanked our team members and our Education Advisory Board, Council. So, what can I answer for you?
I just want to start by thanking you because there's a wealth of information. I'm very impressed by it. So thank you, and now I'll open it up to board members, and then I'll have a few questions and comments.
If I can. So I like what you presented. I think there's some questions regarding, you defined liberal orthodoxy on ethnic studies, like I would probably be defined as a liberal because I believe in the teaching of ethnic studies and the issues that we've had in race and all the bad things that have happened to people. And that's part of history.
Well, if I could comment first before you go on, just to kind of give you an idea why we did that. What we did was we researched scholarly articles on both of the issues, okay? So this is how it was self-defined. So we wanted to that's why I use those definitions.
So are you saying then if you don't believe in teaching ethnic studies, you're bad or good, or you're not a liberal?
I think for the poll, I don't think it really matters. I think it's the respondents' definition of what they think.
Oh, okay. And the other question I had for Dr. Sparks, because this is kind of her level of expertise.
Okay.
What do you think about the validity of the data that was just presented?
I think it's very sound. In fact, I could tell that you had gone to the research literature for those definitions. And simple correlations are correlation, not causation. But I think that for the overall results with the 1,000 participants, those patterns I think are quite valid. I think some of the smaller districts where you have very few responses, I'd like to see bigger numbers in those areas. But the patterns are all the same, so it doesn't really matter.
Well, it's kind of interesting, and I didn't really go into this, that actually a couple of the smaller districts had more respondents. And, Capo is not a small district, and it had very little respondents.
I meant smaller numbers in certain districts is what I meant to say.
Yes.
And so, anytime you can have more respondents.
Yeah.
But the patterns are pretty clear countywide, which was pretty interesting, because I agree with you. I thought maybe there would be more variability with certain districts. But again, the numbers were kind of smaller, so I couldn't tease that out as much. But I'd say, yeah, overall, exactly what he said. It'd be nice to go deeper dive in a year or so, but I think it would be really nice if, and I don't know if we could do this, if we could post the PDF on our website for people to be able to look at the results.
I think that's a good suggestion, and I would be in favor of that? We don't need a formal motion, but I assume there's some
Yeah,
consensus
I think
here.
it'd be great and for them to make comments too. Because I think some people, when they get a poll, they don't do it. Somebody actually called me and said, oh my gosh, are they just doing this to test and what's going on? Because I guess, I don't know if they saw it on Facebook or how it worked. But I think to have it on a website might be less intimidating, do it your own pace, things like that.
But I meant even these results in a PDF on our
absolutely.
website,
Yes,
just
for
for
sure.
people to see, hey, this is the 30,000 view results, and so people can get a sense of.
The other thing we looked at is the intrusion factor. And there are other methods you can use, but they're more intrusive.
So just to be clear, what we're asking for. So this should be available for the public as a PDF we can post.
Sure.
But I think what you're referring to is something more of a synopsis of this, that would be more of an academic level?
No, I think we could just post this PDF and let people go
You mean
dig
this,
deep.
this
Yeah.
entire thing?
Yeah, and let people dig, people like me would wanna see it. I would wanna see everything,
Some people who can't sleep at night can,
right? And then maybe you could
Some
have a
light
little
reading, yeah.
executive summary at the beginning, but you kinda have that when you have, this last part is kind of like an executive summary.
What do you think, Becky, on that?
I was just laughing, say, well, yeah, to go to sleep, you drop it on your head and you'll fall asleep.
Well, I need to sleep, so
yeah.
that would be good.
It's paperback.
That's why it was written, just,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, it would be a lot for somebody, I think, to read, if it could be condensed perhaps. Because I think if, some people might say, oh, this looks really good, and they'd start into it and go, oh my gosh, there's another 100 pages to this.
Well, the only
So,
thing I like though is even though it looks overwhelming, I think if we make people realize that it's by their district, so maybe they don't want to see every district, maybe they want to look at theirs.
well, if you, I don't know, what's the term in Adobe Acrobat, where you mark it?
Right, where you click.
Yes, you page it down, so you
Yeah, we
can
can-
say,
Yeah.
I want to look at Capo, I want
Yeah.
to look at
Yeah,
Huntington Beach.
I agree.
Right, because it's
Yeah.
not that overwhelming if you break it down.
That's what I mean.
When I first got it, I was
Yeah.
like, are you kidding? Holy cow, but
But you could do like the, I didn't look through the whole thing, but you could maybe do like the executive summary or the first, 12 pages or whatever it is, and then bookmark it to the different
yeah,
districts. or
however
something.
whatever you think.
And the
we'll-
charts
we'll
are
try
very
and do what we
helpful,
can.
as always,
Yes,
the visuals.
yes.
The
charts.
visuals are.
Yes, I think the charts are. I mean, even this kind of stuff, I think is great. People like that.
What
know,
you're
when they
looking at.
see,
Well, it
know,
just
they
kind of
see,
shows
big-
what it looked like.
Yeah, yeah, I think it's helpful.
But I don't know that we need a page to show that if we just list the questions, So all I'm saying is trying to get it down so people will actually look at it. Because if they
Now-
go, oh my gosh, this is one screenshot, that's a page, how many screenshots am I gonna look at? Type of thing.
I have a question for staff. So for Drew and Nina, you know how this material gets on our website. We have this that's going to be posting, which is the PowerPoint presentation, and we have the PDF. Is that correct?
I haven't got the PDF to you, I will get it to you.
Oh, yeah, that has to be given.
Yeah.
Whatever you all request to be posted on.
Right, right.
Typically, you don't have PowerPoints on your website, but if you want the PowerPoint, then it would be put up there.
Where do you want it?
Maybe we can have this is for the website committee, which you're on.
Oh, yeah.
So if you want to, you can put whatever you want. I think this is
Yeah.
important material.
Yeah.
If you want to get together with John and then talk with staff and how you want to put it on.
Well, it would just be consensus of the board. So, because it's not, the committee's recommending to the board, and then the board's telling us what you want to do, so.
I mean, if you just add it like a slide deck.
PDF from here and you bookmark it on kind of the major headers, it will be much easier for
Right.
people to take a
Is
look at.
that easy to do?
Yeah.
To bookmark?
Adobe Acrobat, yeah.
Okay.
So however you all send it to us, we just
Okay.
post it, so.
Okay.
You all would work.
Does that make sense?
You
to
want us to do it, or are you guys gonna do it?
Well, I don't know how to do it.
They would do it and
Okay.
give it to you.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
I'll talk to my techie people.
Okay, good.
Okay,
I just have one other comment.
sure.
The demographics, I think, another picture that might have been shown on this if we asked race or ethnicity. And I think that might have shown perhaps another,
We actually thought
swath.
about that and kind of discussed that very seriously. But it was kind of determined that we wanted to have it very open and kind of get a full opinion of everybody. We didn't exclude any races. We just included everybody. So That's what I was talking. It's one of the things that we would look at if we were going to do a more in-depth poll, would be ethnicity. That's one of the things.
Because I think that might show a little bit different picture.
Yeah,
Might.
the other
Might.
thing, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to-
And the other thing too is not everybody's on Facebook.
That's the other thing.
I know that's surprising.
Yeah, yeah.
But and then people, that don't have access to the internet.
Yeah.
They're not there
The other
too, so.
thing we discussed was doing a hybrid, where we would use another kind of platform technique to get folks that would not normally be on Facebook. And in those kind of situations, we would also have different language folks that we work with in order to do that, to be a little more inclusive.
Because it was only in English, correct?
Yes, yes. So that's the in-depth, but to do that, it's much more expensive. So because we're doing this gratis, we weren't able to get
You're still
that far
overpaid.
into it. What's that? Still overpaid?
I think what you're
Thank you,
saying-
Board Member Shaw, I appreciate that.
I think
We'll double your fee for this next one.
I think what you're saying is next year, if we want more in-depth when we're paying for it, you're more than happy to do it.
Or, in the next month or so, whatever you want to do, that's up to you. But, whatever we can do for you, we would be happy to do for you.
Just for fun, what would the cost of something like this be?
It really depends on how detailed we really wanted to get.
Well, what about if you just did what you did?
Well, to just do what we do, we would probably be looking at just cost spending about another $1,000 a day. Okay, and we're probably looking at another 2 weeks.
Okay,
So I'll give you an idea.
okay. And to go more in depth, does it double that, or how much more would it be to get at the gender and a couple languages? And,
Yeah,
I'm
be a
sorry,
little
the
extra.
ethnicity.
I
and
mean,
a
we
couple
can give you some, estimates on that if you'd
Okay.
like to.
Yeah, it could be adding a couple of questions.
Yeah,
A minimum.
yeah, you'd have to add definitely some more questions to it, some more demographic questions to it.
I wouldn't
things
want
If you
to
like
add
add
more
too many-
categories, you wouldn't be adding more questions.
Right.
Yes.
I wouldn't want to add too much more, because I just think people look and they're overwhelmed. you know?
That's
what I mean.
always,
You wouldn't want to add a whole lot
yeah,
more
that's always the balance you try and strike.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Very
Thank you,
nice.
appreciate it.
Next presentation with Dr. Lee.
Yes, okay, so we are moving quickly. Thank you again for your time and this wonderful report. What are we laughing about? Moving quickly?
You said move quickly, I go, we are?
Yes, yes. Mental Health Screening High-Risk Youth by Dr. Martin Eaton.
Just checking.
If I can provide some clarity to the board and to the guests that are here. So I asked Dr. Martin Eaton, who is a well-respected clinical psychologist in the community, to present his health screening that he has been doing for the last year or two in Orange County. I think it's remarkable, his stories and the anecdotal thoughts and stories that he gives us. I think it needs to be in the record. I think it needs to be told, because what he has been doing has been remarkable in helping our high-risk youth with mental health disorders. So I asked him to present this with the thought that should our good superintendent think that this is something that's valid and should go forward, that will be item number 11, which will be a resolution that we're going to vote on after this is presented. There's a lot of concerns and considerations that there's legal that the good superintendent and his staff have to take into consideration. So I just wanted to give that as sort of a springboard for you to begin your presentation. And please tell us about what you're doing and the remarkable things you're doing for our youth.
Thank you, appreciate it. Madam President, trustees, Dr. Maharis, Deputy Superintendent Boyd, members of the public, thank you for your tireless service to our community, especially in these extraordinary times. Thank you for the privilege this evening to give you kind of a snapshot of the mental health of our secondary school students and demonstrate that universal screening, such as heads-up checkup, can be successful in identifying students in need and accelerate timely support and treatment. Dr. Maharis, you said last month as I was listening that it's kind of gut-wrenching whenever you hear a student has a completed suicide. I mean, it's just the worst phone call a parent would ever have. And really my prayer is a tool, something like this could reduce the number of parents getting that phone call. What we know from statistics specifically is about 1 in 2 nationwide are affected in mental health now. This is by the UCLA Center for Health and Policy. Specifically in California, it's about 1 in 3. And just with the website BARC, for example, what we've seen now on media website that it represents now a 25% increase in self-harm and suicidal alerts for kids ages 12 to 18. This is just in the last a year or so. In regards to nationally, what that means in the situation is it's just amazing. We have about 16 million students now, 9th through 12th grade, are experiencing depressive symptoms. 17% have some suicidal thoughts, and about 8% now, the research shows, or about 1 in 12 are actually making now suicidal attempts. And if you think about suicide, you hear so much about it, even just this last weekend, unfortunately. Miss USA 2019, Chelsea Christ, takes her life. And you think about the confusion it must be for teens when they hear somebody who literally has it all together, is achieving great success, and literally has crowns, and people like that are killing themselves. The 2018 Miss USA said, when we think about all the successful people, it doesn't mean that they're not hurting. And we need to check on our friends and ask the tough questions. And really, this is what this screener is all about. It's all about asking the tough questions. We know in Orange County, there's about 160,000 high school students, about 107,000 6th to 8th graders. So what this means statistically, if you think about it, it means specifically, statistically, almost 12,000 students here in Orange County are thinking seriously about hurting their lives at any time. So the question comes in is, how do we help identify those? Well, we know from research that talking about suicide doesn't increase it. Mental health impacts learning. Depression is no respecter of persons. And mental health challenges and suicide aren't going away. My journey about 4 years ago, the Orange County chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics asked me and Dr. Mark Lerner, as we all know, about the state of pediatric mental health assessment. So in that process, I prepared, listened to physicians, listened to administrators, to parents, and I felt like something needs to be done to do a better job in understanding what is going on in the screening. So what really universal screening says here is it's really about giving kids a voice. It's about reducing stigma. It's about starting a conversation. And it's about having the opportunity for kids to communicate. So a teacher, secondary school teacher, was working for one district. We were screening their child in another school district. And in that process, we identified that their child was suicidal and actually had a rope in their garage, already hung in their garage, thinking about killing themselves that very day. And we identified that kid. This is what the parent told us. She said, the wellness screening of all students revealed that my son was depressed and suicidal. Despite my wife and I loving support and encouraging our son, we thought his sadness was just a symptom of normal adolescence. Based upon my son's response, our son's condition was brought to our attention. My son has since become a counseling program, and I'm happy to report that my confident and happy son is reemerging. Thank you and your team for saving my child's life. I cannot articulate the importance of the work that you are doing. So every single time we screen, we identify kids who are thinking of committing suicide that very day. And so what I'm going to do is really talk about the process, talk about the science behind it, and just talk about this is one of many tools that we are using specifically to kind of understand and be proactive versus to be reactive. So here's how the process works. The school can choose any grades. We have 6 different versions. Everything is based upon age. It's opportunity for teachers, staff to be able to be informed. And then schools can choose for parents to opt in or opt out. Teachers are able to provide the screening instructions. The screening takes about 8 minutes to complete, about a minute or so to talk about the information beforehand. And then, and I'll explain this in more detail, after the student completes it, basically they get feedback immediately, and we are able to triage what is going on with that student so that those students who are imminently dangerous to themselves or others or in some type of abusive relationship, we follow up with immediately. And I'm going to give you some of the information in regards to the results of that. So the heads-up checkup screening is basically, it's connected to the internet, so any internet device can be able to use it. And in that process, it covers 90% of the most common mental health, and the technology that we use is computer adapted, which means is as you answer a question, it then gives you a corresponding question. And then how you answer that question then gives you a corresponding. So it kind of mimics talking to a professional. So when you screen 600-700 people, you are literally getting 600 or 700 different versions of the screening based upon how one child answers versus how another child answers. And then depending upon what the school is, then we have the immediate triage right after that. And so we're just starting now to work with Orange County Department of Education's Mental Health and Wellness Care Coordination Team under the leadership of Ms. Awatani, and we're starting that process to hopes that. So as schools are coming to us, we're looking for opportunities to partners to make sure that this is something that we're doing together. And so the screener, again, is all based upon algorithms. This is not based upon any of us like thinking, well, what's depression looks like or what's that look like? No, this is all based upon the ICD-10, which is the international classification. It's the classification that's used by all insurance companies. Every physician uses it. This is the information that it has. And it also includes the FBI algorithm for a school shooter. So every time we screen, we usually identify 1 or 2 students who are either thinking about doing some type of dangerous act in the school, and then we have appropriate protocols depending upon the situation. So that also comes up. And the thing that we're encouraged about is that students are responding. In fact, what we're finding out is students who are so comfortable behind screens, they actually give you better information behind a screen than they will in person. As a clinical psychologist, I talk to kids all the time, but what I'm able to get from them when they have a chance to do something like this first, versus if I was talking to them directly, you get a lot more information. This is really important for us about parents' engagement and making sure that parents know that they can opt in or opt out. We provide information beforehand for parents. And the thing that we also encourage is parents, you don't need to wait for your child to screen. You can actually screen your child yourself. You can even do it today. So we have a whole set of questions, the exact same questions, so that if a parent wants to take it for their child, they can do that and have that same information. Or they can wait and have the child do it. But again, everything is up to the parent, whether they want to have the child screened or not. And that's why we've been able to do this now for the last 3 or 4 years, and we're getting about 60% response. The thing that we're encouraged about is when we go to a school and then we go to the next year to do it, we see a little bit of increase about that parent support because they're feeling more comfortable. They're understanding that this is not information that goes into the CUME file. It's information where they screen, everything is anonymous. The only time we would communicate to them is if they're, again, dangerous to themselves or others, in type of abusive relationship. That's the only time when we would feel like there's a need to actually break confidentiality for that situation. So when someone finishes a screening, there's 4 different reports that get generated, and this is the reason why we're successful. The first report is a priority alert. What we have a chance to do is, if there's a priority alert, there's a student feedback, there's a clinical report, and then there's aggregated data. Let me just kind of go over what this means. So when someone finishes the screener, immediately there's a 1 to 7 priority ranking, with specifically 5, 6, and 7 meaning they're dangerous to themselves or others, and depends upon what level of severity and time will tell us what that variation is. That's when it triggers for us to follow through with that individual. That's when it triggers for us to make a call to that parent. And that's when there's an opportunity for us to confirm and talk to that person just affirm to make sure that the information is correct. So that's that first thing. And then what we have is we have a dashboard that gives a chance. So you'll see something like this, where there's a dashboard, there's information, you're able to see what that person is, and that helps us to you to know. All the other students, the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, we do not respond back to them, and that's part of the reason why kids are so open, because it's all confidential. It's only not confidential if they're in crisis, and if they're in crisis, we tell them that will be the only time, and in that situation, that's when we'd be able to follow up immediately. In regards to the student, with our reliability, we've had now many different researchers work with us. And so it's really important for us that we're also doing our due diligence. And we've worked again with the American Academy of Pediatrics and also some of the people there at Chalk and of course with Dr. Lerner. And what we've been able to find so far is that our reliability or predicted reliability is about 0.81 and our test-retest validity is about 0.77. So it's an opportunity for us to see that the statistics that we're getting is very consistent with a lot of the same statistics in the national norms. So we feel good in many different ways. We have 3 different white papers that we have available, and we have 3 different universities who are now working with us going forward in regards to making sure that we're always looking at, are we getting the best information and what can we do to improve the assessment. In regards to the students, this is what the students will get. They'll get something like this. So when they finish it, they'll get something that will talk to them about, here's the scores that they have. It will be color-coded, so it's very easy. And then it doesn't provide any type of diagnosis. Again, this is a screener. This is not trying to diagnose somebody. This is not saying you have this or you don't have this. This is saying this is the things that the students have endorsed. And therefore, we give them that information. And the goal really is to start a conversation. We hope there would be a conversation with their parents. It happens with many. But we also know we can also start a conversation at the school. And I'll talk about that in a few moments. But what we find out is that when students complete it, about 95% of them want to know what the results are. So this gives them a chance to immediately find out. And as you can see here, what it does is it starts to, again, start that dialogue, gives them the opportunity to see and understand better what's going on. And what we've just finished in the last week or so is now, depending upon what the results are, there's now video links that can also start that kind of process of educating them. So if they're have levels of high anxiety, then there was a video link that will start to tell them this is what anxiety is, this is what it means, and then there's some testimonials or inspirational videos that encourages people that if you have this, you can work through this. Here's some opportunities to think through, and it's just opportunities again of kind of guiding somebody. Now, what we know from research, which is amazing, is that when someone experiences a symptom of mental health, the average wait time between identifying that mental health and getting treatment for that mental health, the research shows the average time is 11 years. Wow. 11 years. Wow. So what's happening, and remember, 50% of all mental health issues start before the age of 14. So what we see now today is people are experiencing mental health. They're not getting anyone's help. Because of these mental health issues, they continue to have challenges and problems. And unfortunately, whether it's the legal system or the financial system, they start to see. That's why in our legal systems today, about 70% of all people who are there incarcerated have a mental health issue that's not being addressed. So this age and opportunity to try to be proactive versus reactive is an opportunity. And so when we start this process, it gives us an opportunity to start that dialogue. And our hopes is that parents would be able to do the screening, and that the parents would be able to talk to their kids about their screening and start that process, start that dialogue, so that we can be more proactive than reactive. And we'll talk about what's the implication of that. So that's what the student gets. But if there's a professional involved, then they get a professional report. Now, that professional report is a report that includes ACEs, adverse childhood experiences. It includes all the important screenings. And because the person's a professional, it then says, okay, this is what the student has responded. This is what they've endorsed. And how does that line up specifically to the ICD-10? Now, as a professional, if someone just talks to me and they don't do a screener, it might take 1, 2, 3 times to kind of get all the information that's going to be important for me to kind of get the bigger picture. In this screening, if they finish it and they complete it and I get the information back, now I've got more information than I would have in often 3 times because I've got the constellation. And because this is a computer adapted screening, it's going to really focus on that area that's important for that person, so I'm able to get all the information. And that's why it's powerful. It gives that professional the opportunity to say, okay, this is what's going on, this is their background, and then that professional is able to make a better determination, okay, if this person's got a 5, 6, or 7, they're in the crisis level, what does this mean, and what is the next step, and what's the implication? So at our school, for example, just a couple weeks ago, we had 7 kids who were in the 7 category. That means kids who specifically were thinking of committing suicide that day. So in the process of talking to them, one student specifically was very convinced. We saw the signs that this student was committed to doing that. And with the parents calling the parent first, making sure the parent had the consent first, it was determined that this person really needed to be hospitalized. So we hospitalized the person.
Wow.
But just think for a moment how much better it was for us to do that and to make that difficult call to that parent so we can get that child help versus the other phone call that we talked about beforehand. And it works. And we've been doing this again for over 4 years now. Here's the other part, and I want to take a few minutes with you. So we provide the report, the triage. The students get a report, again, non-diagnostic. The professional, if there's a professional team involved, they get something. But guess what the school gets? They get something like this. This is a snapshot. So no longer do you say, well, I wonder what the mental health issues are going on with our students. This is it. This is live. This is getting it the very same day if they do a screening for the entire school. And so you can see here, this is a real school. 600 kids basically took it. 132, about 27%, had no concerns. Another 173, about 36%, had some partial concerns. 140, or 29%, consistent with statistics, was able to meet one or more criteria for 100% endorsing a specific mental health disorder. And then here we go with these other students. 25 students had thought of, within the last 2 weeks, seriously or have attempted to commit suicide. That was 25 students in that group. And then 7 of them were thinking of it that very same day of committing suicide. And that's the reason why that those 25 and 7 students immediately, the same day, talked to a team of people individually, triaged out, who needed immediate help, who didn't. Parents were then called in, explaining the situation so that parents were in a position to make the decision. What do you want us to do? You're in charge. You make the decision. We want to give you this information. And most parents are so appreciative because they don't know. They don't know what's going on. They don't know how their child is hurting because on the outside they couldn't be looking very successful. What we also found out is in regards what's the most common symptoms that were endorsed. You can see school phobia, PTSD, depression. What were the risk items in regards to suicide? You can kind of see. And we were also very encouraged that our transitional youth, the youth that's struggling with a lot of identity issues, 6% was communicated about unaware or supported their gender identity. A lot going on, and they saw this as a safe place. And then ACEs, adverse childhood experiences, this was the information that we got. So we were encouraged to see that this was the information that was able to give us a big picture. You take all the information in the last 6, 7 months we've done, this was just kind of gives you a chance to see of the couple thousand students that we did. 60% were able to voluntarily participate, 30% no concerns, 35% mild concerns, 26% had significant concerns, again, was able to endorse one or more areas, and about 7% were in crisis. We are a part of a mental health collaborative called Child Mental Health Access. We have those members that are there, Children's Cause, Children's Bureau, Child Guidance, MECA, Western Youth, we're there. And we were able to get a grant of $3 million just from Cal Optima. So it allows us that all of the initial follow-up services and anyone who's in the Cal Optimum membership, we're able to provide those screenings for free. But the good news is we still have thousands of screenings left until the end of May 2022. So we would love to do pilots with school districts. We would love to look for opportunities to partner with the board to see what can we do to reach out. Because the reality is every single time we reach out, we are able to find out there's a difference. What have we learned so far? And this is something that I think is important. Schools who have completed the universal screening have not reported any increase in IEP requests. What we're finding out is that when students have this information, we're not seeing as them now, they're asking, especially in regards to child fine law, they're not saying, well, what does this mean? Or do you now need to follow up with my child? And what we're finding out is that this is consistent, though, with child fine law, and that schools are reaching out and looking for opportunities. We have not, in our experience, found that schools or parents are seeing this as an opportunity to do something in a way of trying to demand. And that's the reason why, is that a lot of these students are still accessing their education. They're still successful. They're still kind of holding it together. Unfortunately, those students who are still academically successful are also the ones most likely who can follow through to sometimes, unfortunately, execute a suicide because of that history and that sense of who they are. So that's the reason why that a lot of the students that we find are on no one's radar, and that's why it's so important that we're asking those tough questions. And again, this is just an example of some of the results that we have from the different schools that we've worked with and how we've been able to follow through with them. Everything is HIPAA compliant. Nothing is downloaded. Again, it's all access to the internet, so you can do it on your phone, you can do it on your computer, you can do it on your tablet. It's all password protected. There's never been a breach. So everything has been done, with that kind of a way. And then in regards to cost, the cost is about $695 or so for a screening. But because we have this grant, that means that most of the screening is actually paid by Cal Optima. And because of that, here's a school that we just did of 700 students, and it cost about $1,600 to do, or $2.32. Or what I like to say is, depending upon a cost of a regular cup of coffee or a designer cup of coffee, you can screen a student and save their life. And that's the information. So what we've learned, or what's kind of our summary, is there's more students than ever who are contemplating suicide. And the research is saying almost 1 in 12 now, about 8%. We know that we have free screenings available, so if any school district wants to do it, we'll do everything we can to try to assist them, especially before May, because we have a lot of screens that are available. And again, for about the cost of a cup of coffee, you can screen somebody and literally save their lives. So thank you for your time, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much for
Of course,
that
it's a privilege.
enlightening, scary information.
It really is.
Defer to the board.
Yeah, so let me start, since I'm the one who put this on the agenda. So the idea and concept about this was, this is something that you may or may not know. When I was in primary care, 30% of my practice was psychiatry. And I saw a lot of this there, and my eyes were really open, especially when it affected me personally in my family. Without going into great details, that's when my eyes opened. I was always focused, just like we are in primary care as a family doctor. We're aware of depression and mental health issues in our patients. But I was nowhere aware of what you were sharing with me, how serious this is and how widespread it is. And you and I have been talking about this for some time, and I'm very impressed with how this has grown and matured, and you have some great data here. And so the idea and concept is this board, and with our good superintendent, would promote even to a greater and higher level your program, your screening program. And that's going to be in the resolution that I'm going to make a little bit later. And that's something that our good superintendent and I, we quickly talked about today. He needs time to do his background, his administrative duties and legal duties before this becomes official. But I know, knowing my board, this is something that's very near and dear to our hearts for our youth and kids.
would just throw out a kind of question. My assumption is as you have more and more data that you're gathering, that you're refining your tools along
Correct.
the way. So to try to get that reliability up in the 80%
Correct.
or above area. So item analysis and dropping certain items that aren't.
Yeah, so our challenges, so our researchers with Wesley College, which is the sister school of Harvard, that's who our key researchers, and she's great.
Yeah.
Because this is a criteria of reference, it's all based upon the ICD-10.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not saying, you know, what we could get a much higher reliability if we just drop items. But then we would not be able to say, this is now based upon a criterion reference to the ICD-10. So that becomes our difficulty. So because we want to be a purist and we want to practice good science and we want to make sure that when someone says they're depressed, we understand that this is what the criteria is for depression, we kind of stay with that. But the thing that we're encouraged about is we are starting to build these other tools like integrated videos, and we're just also finishing up this weekend with the ability for a parent who wants to monitor or be more involved with what's going on. There's other tools that we can bring, because what we're really trying to do is equip parents to have as much information as they can so that they are now more actively involved with being able to understand what's going on in a kid's life. And kids are being overwhelmed with so many things on so many levels, from social media to all the things that you just, talked about even just a moment ago, and it's overwhelming, and they don't know where to turn.
And then where do they turn? So like if a parent says, hey, I want to do this, what if they may have some fears about the data? What if they found something, if their kid was the one who had a propensity to be a potential shooter, maybe they don't want to participate
I totally understand.
Or what happens when
So we give the information to the student, and what we find out most of the time is because we're proactive versus reactive, we're able to handle situations so much better, so much more sensitive. Even the kids who want to hurt other people and are actively, and they have the drawings that show that. I mean, we go back and we literally, for all these major school shootings, with all the characteristics that come out, we just kind of like put those into our machine to see what we have. And we're finding that these kids, we would be able to find them. And I remember talking even to Dr. Navarro in Newport Mesa, and he said to me, we can build lots of fences for our schools in trying to look for school safety, but it's happening within. Yeah. And how do you do that? Because now you're looking at the human heart. So that's the reason why it's really important for us that when we do this, we go to parents and we start to, and I'll be again, there are some parents who are more defensive, but we try to maintain that relationship so that they're in charge, they make the decision of what they want to do with the information, but we help them. And when you work with these students, you're not just working with the students, you're really kind of working with the family, because there's often dynamics in that family that also can perpetuate things. So we're pretty sensitive to that. And that's the reason why we understand that this is kind of a mission. And the mission is we want to do whatever we can to protect as many children as we can and give them the tools so that they can do things on their own or they can get help. And the thing that's important for us is the parents make the decisions who's that provider. We'll provide free resources through CalOptima, but they can take that professional report to any professional that they want to of their value system and have that information. And there's so many times when I work with professionals who've been working with individuals who will say to me, I've been working with this individual for a year and I never knew that. They never disclosed to me that they were suicidal. They never disclosed to me that there were gender issues. They never disclosed to me that there's sociophobia. But now we have the information, and with parents' consent and permission, we pass that information on, and now we're helping that treatment to go better because there's a better disclosure of what's going on. So again, we work with the parents, and then we try to maintain that relationship, including now we're providing at schools a different DBT, dialectical training, dialectical behavioral therapy groups, support groups afterwards, because it's important for us that it's not just kind of a hit and run. We don't want to screen and say, okay, now you go figure this out. We screen, and then we say, here are resources, parents or schools that you can use as a way to follow up. Because when a kid opens up like that, that's sacred. That's something now you have to do something about. And that's why it's really important for us, including having now other educational videos and other things available. So if a kid's not ready to talk to anybody else, they at least have some information that can be help them with the educational process. Did I answer your question?
Yes, thank you very much.
I just wanted to say thank you, Doctor, and Dr. Williams for bringing this forward. And
thank you.
I think anything we do to raise awareness out there. My dad was a marriage and family therapist.
Oh, wow.
So that was the house I grew up in. So
That can be an occupational hazard sometimes.
I've known a long time, but I mean, it is becoming more widely known that we just have such a mental health crisis out there with young people. So
we really do.
Appreciate this information. It is frightening to hear those numbers, but
yes.
Important that we're talking about it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I spoke at a Seroptimus luncheon about a month ago, and this was for both Santa Ana and Tustin Unified. And it was to honor these young women, and all the school counselors were there. And in talking with the school counselors, they mentioned that probably a couple years ago, once a semester, they might have a kid in significant crisis. Mm-hmm. They were saying it happens once a week. Mm-hmm. So, and these are a whole huge group of counselors. It was probably 20, 25 counselors just in 2 school districts. And that's probably representative of what's happening in Orange County, if not a larger group. These automated tools, in my previous life, I was in charge of the health center.
Oh, okay.
And so we did explore some of these tools, again, for community college students, but I think they're really valuable in identifying, different things that students can do to help themselves. This would be a little different, obviously, looking at a younger population. But I think that, whatever we can do to try to ease the preteen, teen angst of our students, I think would be helpful. So this looks really, really interesting.
Thank you.
And trying to Lisa's comments as well, the research, and how you might tweak this and improve it, and the embedding of videos. So a student sees something
Correct.
that might have some tool to kind of help them or ease the burden again.
Correct.
And because I worked with, I think it was Incognito, and that's sort of a scenario-based thing. You ask questions and have these little avatars and things come up, and it's a really cool product. But and that was for teachers to work with students. But I think that again, anything we can do to help screen and help parents, because I think that's what's scary as a parent when you don't know something and you get a phone call. That's super scary.
That's why we wish parents would be proactive and just do the screener themselves for their kids so that they would have that information and begin that process to begin to be better educated. One of the things we've also done from some schools is they're asking us, if voluntarily of course, that teachers can kind of complete it for themselves. And we find out that when we get schools to do that, that we'll usually get some teachers afterwards who will struggle along and say, you know what, we're talking about suicide. I'm actually suicidal myself. Mm. And we have been in the district where we've seen, unfortunately, teachers. And I happened to be with a family friend who was one of the people who came into the classroom when something like that happened. And so anything we can do to our counselors, to our teachers, to our parents, to start saying there are tools like this available, and no one's going to have to know about it. You can just look it for yourself, but if you want to, then share. And when we have the privilege to be able to do that, we have teachers, counselors, and others who are hurting. And as much as we can, come along beside and support them. We try to do that.
You also mentioned the ICD-10 codes as well. How are you utilizing those? Are you just using that for aggregate data to try to determine?
No, so the ICD-10 codes is what the questions are made of.
Okay.
So when we're looking at, let's say someone starts to say that I'm tired, where there's a lot of different ICD-10 codes that
Right.
could relate to that. There's like maybe 14.
Yeah.
So now, if you think about it from the standpoint of a box, you're opening up different boxes and different potentials. So it's the specific criteria from the ICD-10, that's what makes up the questions. These are not our own questions.
Okay,
Then
that
how
makes a
they-
lot more sense.
Then
Okay.
how they answer those questions then begins to, it's all based on algorithms, and it's all computer adapted. So based upon how they say yes or no, or they endorse this, then there's other corresponding questions. And so what this allows you to do in about 8 minutes, you basically are able to cover all the ICD-10 codes, all of the ACEs, all of the other types of substance abuse and other things. You can kind of do this from a computer generated, and we're getting, again, about 80 to 90% correlation, that if you compared that to a interview that you would do with a clinical interview, you're getting about 80 to 90% correlation. Did I answer your question?
Yes, absolutely. That's helpful. Thank you.
And that's the challenge, is the criteria. Because it's criteria reference, we can't just say, oh, we're going to take this out, because by doing that, now we start to step into, now this is kind of like, we've made the decisions and we want to try to be as purist as we can. Please, Dr. Maharis.
Yeah, just wanted to comment, through the forum, that was a great presentation.
Thank you.
Rarely have I been around him when he hasn't made a lot of sense and presented in a very logical, comprehensive manner. So thank you, Mark.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Wanted to say that, as you all know, we have 7 mental health coordinators. They're clinically trained. They're working with all 29 of our districts. They're geographically placed across the county. And you had a chance to meet with them recently.
Correct.
So going forward, what we'd like to do is to continue the conversation.
Thank you.
We are networking with CHOC. We're networking with a lot of agencies that do intervention. They do screenings. Probably not as comprehensive as what you're talking about right here. So,
and not proactive.
That's a testament to you.
So that's where, please, I'm sorry.
No, tell me.
Well, so that's where we find out, when sometimes you like separate certain groups, like we're just going to screen these kids, or we're going to screen these kids. What we find out is it doesn't give those kids who are hurting and who don't have the confidence to talk to somebody. So like your example, you said they'll talk, but how many kids aren't talking to the counselor? And that's the reason why that destigmatizing of, we're going to do this as a school and be proactive and have something that is scientifically validated, for us, is that's where the power comes in. Because when we sit with the counselors or the principal, but do you know who this person is? They'll say, so popular, and this person does this. They had no idea. And so that's part of the reason why we can wait for people to tell us, but if we can ask that question, that tough question, please.
Well, the CHIA, the Healthy Youth Act assessment, has given us good data. We love our county. We like to think that we are leaders, and we are in so many ways, but we're also leaders in students who are suffering in this great county, despite the resources. And what's interesting is that people in the faith-based community are not immune from this, as you know.
Even last week at Calvary Chapel.
Yeah, exactly. And I recently, well, it's been several months now, I had a conversation. It's well known. Rick and Kay Warren lost their child to suicide. He has made investment now at CHOC to create more hospital beds for suicidal students, and he's definitely energized by doing anything that he can do to help us. But if you just think of adolescence for one thing, I mean, it's almost inbred to go through a period of rebellion. And so pre-adolescence to adolescence on into adulthood. And like you said, some of these things, these issues, these patterns of living and coping happen young. And if you don't know how to solve problems in a healthy way, they stay with you. So then you go into adulthood and all of the things that can happen to you in adulthood, you know, from, well, you name it, lots of problems. So it shouldn't shock us that this is happening. What should shock us is the fact that we would have inertia in terms of really being aggressive and helping kids. And with the internet today, teaching kids how to commit suicide is, you know, it's damnable, frankly, the things that our kids have access to. So, you know, it's going to require a team, and so I think that having further conversation with you and our team, that's the right way to go. And we'll have to find those places how we can make it work seamlessly. I think that the superintendents are very, very happy about that and are engaged. We are working on a program right now, Be Well OC. And you're aware of that program, and it is
Dr.
with the
Fabre,
university.
I think, is one of them.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, and it's with the University of California, Irvine. So we're also looking at a model that teaches teachers, helps teachers to spot the things you're talking about, because so often kids will confide in a teacher, right? So the teachers aren't just there to do didactic, you know, teach core concepts, but they're there to really help kids grow emotionally and socially. And so helping teachers to be better responders in that area is another part of this, of the paradigm here.
Important part of the team.
Yeah, exactly. So, and I will also attest to Dr. Eaton's character and the way he handles himself among people and a person driven by integrity. So it makes sense for us in terms of our partnership. So,
Yeah, I just want to say thank you. I
You're
think
welcome.
anything that we can do to be proactive to mitigate what's going on, I think so many people aren't aware, and I think it's important. And I'm very excited about this partnership.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate getting the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to 11. So I'd like to make the motion for the resolution number 11 with the caveat that under the therefores on number 2, that we do not give restrictions to time for our good superintendent, Dr. Harris, that it'll just, this MOU will just be presented to the board for final approval, and then we'll end it with a period and remove the last 5 words by the March board meeting. So that gives Dr. Maharis some time to do what's necessary from a administrative and legal perspective. So I make that motion.
I'll second it. So you took off by the March board meeting. Is there anything else that I'm scratching off here, off the resolution?
That's the only, but by limiting it to the March board meeting, that's not enough time for Dr.
Right,
Maharis. He may need
right.
more time, so I'm just making this so it's pragmatic for him.
Okay.
Is this something that's doable? I mean, is it something we're already doing? We're just kind of emphasizing this? Is that?
So, good question. So part of this dialogue that we've been having for some time about what we can and cannot do with contracts, Maggie Chidester answered that a month or 2 ago when she was here talking about these contracts. And she said perfectly legal that the board can be involved in that. And there were some specific education codes that she mentioned. And so this is just something that's more, obviously we don't have staff that will carry this out, but I think it's significant for this board to take action and to recommend and to advocate for the mental health of our children. And that's all this is.
Yeah, well, and I think we're already doing that. That's why I said it seems like it's more of an emphasis that we support.
I think to be
What's-
more proactive, I think,
Yeah,
is the key
yeah.
here. That's what I'm seeing, is that we be more proactive about it.
In support.
Yeah, right, and to have an MOU that is board approved, right?
Yeah, I wanted to also acknowledge that Dr. Williams and I talked about this earlier today, and so while the language of the resolution, there are some pieces in there that I don't agree with, frankly. I see it largely as an exhortation to get something done, so that's how I'm accepting it and working it out so that we can find common ground and move forward.
So we have a motion and a second. Are we ready to vote?
I just want to be clear then. So is there some objection to the resolution, or
Well-
that's what I'm saying? It seems like we're just kind of reinforcing what is already being done.
I think that's how I visualize it. I mean, I do not want to get into the nitty-gritty of picking things apart. I just want to respect, again, the bifurcation of our responsibilities, that's all. I see this as the board commissioning and exhorting, and that's how I'm viewing it. And with or without that, we would continue. As a matter of fact, Dr. Eaton has spoken with our coordinators already. We just haven't come to the point of concretizing that into some agreement, which is something that we'll be working on real soon now. So just suffice it to say that I support the resolution in its spirit, and will do everything I can to make it all work.
Okay, that clarifies that for me.
Okay, all right, I'll call the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, 5-0.
Madam President, I'd like to make the motion for item number 12, if we can lay that on the table for the March meeting. We just don't have the date available.
Okay. Do we need to vote on that?
Just want to hold it over to next meeting.
Yeah, I'll lay it on the table.
You don't have to.
Okay, so, no, okay. All right, and then we have number 13, to adopt resolution 01-22 to recognize March 22 as Arts Education Month. Do we have a motion for that?
I'll make a motion on this.
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, all right, passes 5-0. All right, number 14,
So I'll make the motion on this resolution. This was something that was kind of lost over the decades. I originally introduced this way back in the 90s. And then we had this issue with the Thanksgiving and the Christmas and all the Easter resolution that we no longer present. And this kind of got lost in that. So I like to make this an annual resolution. And I'm open to improving the language. It was just something that's very important to me in recognizing Black History Month. So I'll make a motion for this.
all right, second, okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, passes 5-0.
Who was the second on this?
Lisa.
Me.
And then, sorry, next we have approved invoice number 325-0004 in the amount of $710.78 and 325-0005 in the amount of $31,015.24 for Haight Brown and Bonesteel.
I'll make.
Or did you make the motion?
No, you can make the motion.
I'll make the motion.
Okay.
I'll second it.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, so we have 4-1 on that. And then we have approved invoice 9797 in the amount of $13,182.50 for the law offices of Michai Destro and Associates.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Opposed.
Okay. And now we're to staff recommendations. Christine Olmsted, would you like to come up, please?
Good evening. I will make this pretty quick because it's more of just an information item. So as you're aware, when we normally do our LCAP, we have an annual update that goes with it. And you get that report when we do our LCAP presentation for our next LCAP approval. Well, this year with all the federal dollars coming in and extra money coming in, they asked us to do a mid-year annual update. So that's what this is. And so in your packet, you have that information as to how we're doing with our programs based on the dollars we've had. So we have one for access in special schools and then one for CCPA. And so one of the information items I'm just going to highlight within your packet because it's a lot of information and we'll give you actually the thorough annual update when we do the LCAP presentation coming up here in May. So just with access in special schools, our graduation rates are up, which is great news. We have a robust CTE program starting, so that is really good. And so even we were just there at Harbor Learning Center today, and our students with disabilities participate in a gardening program that is amazing with chickens and all sorts of stuff. And as you know, we need to maybe put some animals somewhere for inside the outdoors, so that might be a good space for some extra animals too, and do some student programming with that. So that's really exciting. A lot of the work we're doing with the extra funding is to help our English learners, and so they're getting a lot of tutorial support and extra support for that. And then our Career Success Academy is happening as well, and so they're getting a lot of training on how to be successful in careers and a lot of tutoring and support in that area as well. And so that's where a lot of these dollars are being spent, is just to really help our students move into college and career transition through these programs. With CCPA, can I just do both items at
Yes,
the same time?
please.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. With CCPA, again, graduation rates are up, and we implemented a new online program this year that has A through G graduation credits tied to it. And right now, we're seeing an 81% success rate with passages on those courses that they're taking. So it's really exciting. We have 72 students who are set to graduate, and just that program continues to grow and provide the supports that those families or those adults need as we do that program. So I'll open it up to any questions if you have any questions.
I just have a couple quick comments. As you've heard from my comments earlier tonight about the parent engagement, 80 parent engagement activities, that's outstanding. And then also all the work that you're doing on the school-based mental health and the mental health services for the students with disabilities. I think that's great. I'm glad we're targeting that. Again, you saw how important that was to everyone. So thank you for all that work.
No, I just thank you for all the work. I think it's really important. Thank you.
If you can get a chance to go out to that HLC and see those students with the garden, and well, not right now because we're putting in some new shade structures, so there's a little construction going on there right now, but once we have that back up and running, it'd be great to just, it's the kids.
Yeah, please invite us. Maybe we
Yeah.
can do a field trip.
Okay, the kids just
Who gets
love
the
it.
eggs?
Who gets the eggs? Annalie? Staff, students?
Whoever wants them.
Whoever wants them.
Yeah, take those home on the bus.
The little ladies are really cute. We talked to them today, so they're doing well.
Thank you.
No,
Thank
okay.
you. Appreciate
Thank you.
it.
We'll give you a formal update with PowerPoints and everything in May.
Okay, super.
Thank you, Christine.
Okay. Communications information, are we laying that on the table? Is that, we're gonna do that quickly? Other
I can do
information?
mine quickly, but I gotta find my notes. So
I'm gonna table the website committee report.
Okay, okay.
And likewise, I'm gonna lay on the table the issue of SB 286 and the lobbyists and what's going on there, as well as the county committee decision on redistricting, since it's ongoing and active. I'll put that off.
Okay.
Are we carrying these over to March, or are you just laying it until you tell us? I just want to make sure.
You want to put them on March, we can always move them.
Yeah. Maybe an update will be done then,
Yep.
yeah.
We'll include them on the draft agenda for March, and if you.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Okay, Superintendent, announcement?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Just a couple of really quick things. One is Joanne Culberhouse, the superintendent of La Habra City School District, has announced her retirement. She's going to retire real soon now, and they've chosen Dr. Mario A. Carlos from the district, so he's coming up through the ranks there. And then Dr. Carol Hansen, the superintendent of the Ocean View School District, is going to retire as well. Just want you to be aware of that. And then I wanted to share something before, I'm sure you'll hear it really soon now, but the last few days, very, very, recent, we have met with the healthcare agency, Dr. Clayton Chow, as well as members from Dr. Bates. She's the director of social services for the county, to discuss refugees from Afghanistan coming to Orange County. So, as you know, we pulled out of Afghanistan in late August of 2021, and there were about 3.5 million refugees who fled to across the globe. Actually, they just left. 123,000 of those refugees were evacuated by the United States and brought to the United States, and they have visas to be here legally. So we're going to have, and we have them right now, they're now coming, it's 398 children, school-age children are here. And so our job in working with the healthcare agency is to help to normalize those students and help to get them into school. And that's what we're doing.
So 398 in Orange County.
Yes, in Orange County. Children coming, you know, from another part of the world, and they've experienced such conflict for generations, and they're now coming to the wonderful United States. And we're doing everything we can to help them, to acclimate them. There's a health component, there's an education component, so we're helping with the education component. And from the work that we do, we will get them assimilated into local districts. Big challenges, there's cultural challenges, there's linguistic challenges, a host of things, but you know, kids, you just, I made the comment the other day that after the first recess, they get in it, they start playing. You know, it's the adults that have the problems, frankly. I mean, I'm not trying to make it sound like it's all a piece of cake, because it isn't. It's going to require a lot of superlative teaching to make it all work, but just wanted you to be aware of that.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Yes, while Renee's making her way to the podium to give you an update, I'll just mention that the next board meeting is Wednesday, March 2nd, and submission deadline is February 16th. Your packets will be delivered on the 25th. And I wanted to make you aware of office closures Monday, February 14th for Lincoln's birthday, and Monday, February 21st for President's Day. So then, I guess the day after Super Bowl, and then the subsequent Monday, this office will be
Sounds
there.
like a pretty good deal,
Yeah.
and Valentine's Day to boot.
I think first time
Beat that.
historically.
Yeah.
Renee?
Yeah.
All the call in sick, they actually have a holiday now.
Exactly.
All right, in your packet, you have the Esplanade report that shows very favorable. I will say it looks a little more favorable than it is because we haven't made the debt service payment. That happens in the spring, so it looks like we have a large increase. Overall, the project continues to do very well. We're at 90% capacity right now. And so it seems like on our industrial seats, we can't, the minute they're open, we've got new tenants in. We're still having little problems with some of the small office spaces, especially the ones that don't have windows. People want that, but overall the project is doing well. We still have one tenant in arrears because of the pandemic, and so we've given them a deferment and some time to kind of pay back what they owe, and they're working with us on that. And so if you have any questions on that, I just want to give a quick budget update. So the governor did release his budget proposal for next year. It does show record increases for schools, which is a little surprising. So they are showing a 5.3% cost of living increase, which is amazing. Just a reminder for this board, and as I do continually with Dr. Maharis and the staff, is we don't actually see the benefit of that because of the way our formula works. More money just shifts to the courts. And so we don't actually get to keep that COLA, but it's great for most of our school districts. Dr. Olmsted had talked about the plan. Just to give you a heads up, you will see a plan. The A through G completion improvement grant, which is part of the ESSER funds, will be coming to you in the next probably month, I think, because it's due by April 1st. And then there's also the ESSER quarterly reports that you'll see as part of the LCAP package. And so there's quite a bit of that. And then we just did receive an additional $55 million for our alternative payment child care program. And so those are in your Fund 12, that separate fund. And so that was a large expansion we hadn't planned on. And then there was a $2.9 million for increasing the K-12 strong workforce development, so the CT programs. And that's new since the last budget.
Thank you, Renee. If I could just mention, if you all look at your little sheets that Drew puts in and gives you your 4 months at a glance, and it shows you the upcoming items, I call your attention to May because that is the Memorial Day essay contest. And so, bless you. This is the time of year that I would ask you if we're moving that forward, because we'll start working with the program so that they can start working with the students on doing those Memorial Day essays. So I I know this is something, Dr. Williams, you and other board members had started a number of years ago, so I wanted to make sure I called attention to that because we need to get the teachers getting students to start writing essays, and this would be the time we'd move that forward if you all are inclined to continue.
I'm so for it.
Yes.
Okay, so Darua, send out a reminder with regards to getting checks over the next couple of months for the,
Yeah, I mean, I think we should leave it up to board members individually what they want to contribute. And the other thing I think we talked about is that we would have some involvement this year. Did we not talk about that? That rather than just fund it, that we would actually have some involvement?
right, you requested, but that's why I'm asking if you're going to move it forward. So we'll start getting the teachers on that, and then I'll solicit information from you all with regards to, because you all had mentioned reading them in advance of us awarding them. And so, you know, how we do that can be determined over the next month or two.
Okay.
No, I'm always blessed by what we see come through in these essays. It's truly remarkable, and it gives me hope as we pass the baton to the next generation, that they understand the American values that define this country, that made us great. So I appreciate it. I like it. Thank you, board, for promoting it. Motion?
Do I have a motion to adjourn?
I'll make the motion.
Did you want me to give my report or no?
Oh,
I can do it in
sorry,
about a
please,
minute. I can do it in about a
please.
minute and a half.
Please.
Okay. January 26th, there was a budget webinar, and Renee kind of hit some of the highlights. I don't know if anybody else was on there or not, but I do have the presentation if anybody wants it. OCSBA met the same afternoon. The joint dinner that was scheduled for tonight has obviously been canceled and hopefully rescheduled. There'll be another seminar on May 18th, but I forgot to write down the topic, so I'll come back with that. At the meeting, we discussed some of the upcoming awards, which I'll mention in just a moment. There was an update on the long-term subs. There was a discussion on how boards are holding meetings for those with and without the resolution on AB 361. The PACER for Orange County also sent links to the AB 130 referencing guide on navigating school closure processes and a webcast on the staffing shortage. So I think he sent it to everybody, but if he didn't and you're interested, let me know and I'll forward that to you. The awards, today they announced a call for nominations for the Marion Bergeson and Maureen DeMarco Awards. So if you, again, if you did not receive that, if you have a nomination that you'd like to put forward, I can certainly send that information to you.
Thank you.
And that's all I have.
All right. I again ask for a motion to,
Make the motion.
all right. Does that need a second to end the meeting?
Well, if you gavel, that's the second. That's right.
All right.